All right, we are live. Welcome everyone back to the Blackwood. It's been a little bit of a hiatus. I've had a lot of rehearsal in real life, but we are ready to go. Tonight will be an adventure where we try to put a stop to an elf who's getting too much power in the woods outside High Hall. Before we get started, I will mention down in the show notes for this video there is a link to Jeremy Lilly's game. He's one of our players. He couldn't make it tonight. But he has a 5th edition game set in his homebrew setting. It's like a fantasy Wild West called Caldera. Me and Derek both play in that. It's a ton of fun, so you should check it out. We just recently had a fun little like minecart dungeon extravaganza. So, when last we met, we were hanging out in the village of High Hall, and there were several of us. Some of us are not taking part in this adventure, but some of us are here. So let's start with Bress. You want to introduce yourself and maybe describe just a little bit about your character?
My name is Kyle, and I play Bress the Elf-marked brute. He is an unhanded, or unweaponed.
Unarmed.
Unarmed.
But he's got arms. I'm pretty sure his character has arms.
That is a fair point. Bress, are they real arms or are they fake arms?
I'm pretty sure they're real.
Okay.
I would
Just
hope.
wanted to make sure. And Jan, you want to introduce yourself and a little bit about Jan?
Sure. I am Derek, and I am playing Jan, the delusional lumberjack that actually thinks Bress's arms are made of wood.
Fair. And then Warren, what about you?
I am Andrew. I am playing Warren, the magical swordsman.
All right. So, when last we met, we were in the city of High Hall, and there were quite a few leads that we could have chased. A couple people are actually hanging back to check out those leads. So, for example, Darkhood, the mysterious limping witch hunter, he met up with his lady Isolde in the city of High Hall, and in the course of the adventure last time, you guys found out that for some reason there's a hollowback who is kind of stalking Isolde, crying outside her window at night and that sort of thing. And Darkhood seems to know who this hollowback is. And in fact, whenever it came time for you guys to ship out on this wagon that you are now on, he said that he just had to stay behind and he had to make sure that Isolde made it through this thing. It was strange. You've seen him go through a lot of stuff. You've seen him face off against an entire village of pagans. You've seen him take down a gang of bandits. And he looked pretty shaken by this prospect. There's something about this hollowback that's a big deal. But he stuck behind for that. And then similarly, Eggle is another one of our members who is not joining us on this adventure, but he is still taking part in it. While you guys are actually going out into the forest and facing this elf yourselves, he is going to be sticking behind and trying to hallow the walls of High Hall just in case you guys fail. And
We're not going to fail. That's ridiculous.
well, we'll see. But yeah, so you guys are in a wagon, which is rolling down the road leaving High Hall. You've just left the kind of mountain vale where High Hall is founded, and your wagon is laden with a bunch of supplies. You've got sacks of salt, you have torches and kindling, and you have some animals that you've brought with you. The reason why this is, after 4 days of one of the classicists at the hall researching how to get rid of this elf, his best bet was that you should use a combination of fire, salt, and blood. Salt repels lesser elves, like the collar that you guys actually faced off against earlier, and fire can drive back more powerful ones, like Darkhood's hollowback. And as far as they know, they think maybe if something as powerful as a blood sacrifice were employed, then maybe you could get rid of something even more powerful. It's untested, but you guys are the guinea pigs here. So,
can we sacrifice an elf?
An elf? Well, you'd have to catch one, but I suppose if you did, you could try it of a kind.
Okay.
But just in case, you have brought along a couple of animals caged in this wagon, or
No
perhaps
dogs.
following alongside it.
We will
What kind of
be-
animals are they, actually?
Well,
I'll put it to the group.
No dogs. We will not be sacrificing any dogs. Mutt is wholly against that.
Sounds good. Anybody have any suggestions?
I say we go with rams.
Rams? Okay. So they'd probably be like tethered to the wagon and trotting along behind or something then.
Completely oblivious to what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And are you bringing 2 or more? You said plural, but I don't know how many.
We have a backup.
I
ram.
think 2 is a good idea.
2? Gotcha.
And I suppose if it
All
really
right.
comes down to it, we can sacrifice the horses that are pulling the wagons.
Right. Well, that's a fair point. It's actually oxen that are pulling the wagon, but you could
whatever.
absolutely use them. One thing that you'll need to consider is that as far as you guys are aware, whenever you actually reach this wilderness, you're not going to be able to take this wagon in with you because there are no roads. So you'll be parking this thing and trying to find it again later on. And to that end, you've brought some people along to tend to it, in addition to some people who have come along as fellow adventurers. So at this point, while you're on this wagon and you're looking forward to your grim task, we'll do a flashback scene where you're back in High Hall, and through the social conflict rules, we will determine how many people you bring along to help you. So, social conflict is a persuasion check. It'll be in 3 rounds, and we'll be counting all of your successes and raises as 1 point each. So who would like to make this persuasion check to try and make a proclamation to bring in some errants or other hired help to assist
I'll do
you?
it.
Okay.
And we can help that, right? And roll, and if we get for every success, he gets an extra point, right?
I think for these purposes, I'd like to stick with just one person. I don't see anywhere explicitly in the rules where it talks about helping, and I'd like to try it out as written, since this is the first time we're doing it.
Okay.
Cool.
Neil should probably not be doing this.
Yeah, you're off like making sure inventory is checked or something.
Well, Jan will be behind Warren, looking impressive, and axe up on his shoulder, and Mutt down by his side.
Sounds
And-
good.
He'll occasionally pat Mutt's head.
Wonderful.
Is what's going on, like the preparations and everything like that, is that well known?
Well, I guess if you guys wanted to, you could keep it a secret, but it would be difficult.
Oh, I'm not trying to keep it a secret. I'm just trying to, like, if I, just stand up and start, yelling in the town square or in a town square, if people are going to know what I'm talking about, or they're going to think I'm crazy.
Okay, so you're talking about like whether or not you should share details with these people, or whether.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. This is a big deal. You definitely wouldn't want the populace getting freaked out about it. And so you may just want to advertise that there's like some rough work that's going to be going on, and you're willing to pay top dollar for it.
Okay. I call for everyone in the nearby area. Everyone, we have work. It might be a little dangerous, but the rewards will definitely be worth it.
Cool. All right, so give me that persuasion roll. And I imagine you're
roll
probably
for,
in like the market square or something?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just for role playing, to not have any mechanic to it, but Jan yells out, "We need to trim brush stash."
Sounds good. I'll give you a Benny for that one. That's a hilarious nickname.
5.
5? Okay, so that is 1 success. So then, go ahead and give me like the second part of your argument and roll another persuasion. Oh, wait, actually. So as you make this proclamation, you see a couple commoners turn your way, but you also notice that in the crowd there are some people who would be identified as errants. There are even some guards that are paying attention.
Okay.
And there's a group of like classicists that have kind of paused as they're walking toward the Hall of Classics.
You may or may not be aware of some of the preparations in town to ward off an impending attack. Our success here will make those preparations unnecessary, and your loved ones will not be in danger.
Ooh, okay, give me that check.
6.
6, okay. So a murmur goes through the crowd, and you see a couple of these errants kind of look at each other. Oh, yeah, okay.
So as he does that, Jan starts taking some practice swings with his axe to kind of show, like, hey, we know what we're doing up here.
All right, so the people nearest to you are outside your blood circle. They're not actually going to get hit by you swinging this axe. But when you swing it, a couple of them jump back, and they're like, ooh! And then some other people even like come over to take a look. They're like, oh, what's going on over here?
Last one?
Last one.
Okay. 5 to pull out my sword in a flourishing move. And I'm just going to, yell out, with you on our side, we cannot fail.
All right. So your sword is a magical thing. It's pretty impressive. And so I'll go ahead and give you a +3 to that.
Okay.
Which means that you get an 8, so that's an additional 2 successes, which brings your total up to 4.
Oh, no, I just got it's a 7. I just rolled a 5 to see if I could pull out the sword successfully.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, but your persuasion result is a 7.
If you're giving me a +3, then it'd be a 7.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so that's still 1 success, so you have 3 successes total. On the social conflict results, that is the standard success rate, and so you guys have access to normal level people. If you want to spend a Benny and re-roll your third one, you can definitely do that.
Okay, I will.
You would need to get I guess a success and 2
13.
raises to be able to. Oh, well there you go. All right, so yeah, you got your success and 2 raises, so you have a 5, and the classicists that were standing over in the corner, they almost look like they're going to start moving on back to the hall, but then when you pull out your sword, they're like, whoa, okay, and they stick around. I want to see what's going on. So you guys have normal tier people, which would include your standard errants, town guards, scholars, cut purses, that sort of thing, and then you also have access to elite tier people, which would be classicists, sentinels, I guess like thieves or something, like hunters, really, really well-trained hunters. And all of these are going to be 50 silver pieces each, so you guys can bring along as many as you would like.
Jan will bring along a hunter guy.
Okay.
I'd say, he sees someone from the Hunters Guild that was there when he came and got his dog armor the other day. Mm-hmm. And the guy comes up to him and says, "Oh, I'll try to come with you." And so Jan will get him to come along.
Okay.
I just RP'd for an NPC, but
no problem at all. I like that. Does he have a name?
I will think of one shortly.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
good.
He is Boar Tusk. That's why he liked my boar pelts that I brought in.
Nice. And I imagine he's either got a bow or a spear or something, right?
He's got a boar spear, and
cool.
he's got a bow. I don't know if he's any good with it, but he might be a spear thrower.
Cool. All right. Who else do we want to bring along?
I'll grab a classicist, and I guess either a town guard or an errant.
Okay.
I mean, feel free to bring more than that. I've got all I can pay for, but
I could probably afford one more, but I also have to buy food.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. We talked about how much money you had. It was Breast that has unseemly amounts of silver.
I will spring for. You're already bringing in Classicist?
Yes.
Correct.
Then I'll spring for 4 Sentinels.
Holy crap! Okay. So then it would be a hunter, a classicist, and 4 sentinels. Is that good for you guys, or do you want to bring along additional people?
I was grabbing a guard or an errant.
Okay, sounds good.
So we could get normal people cheaper. Eli?
Yes. So let's say you have access
we
to
could get
elite
some
people for 50 now, and normal are like 30.
Okay, so we can get a couple meat shields.
Yeah,
How much
okay.
is cost for? I'm going to prepare for a couple days.
Food, you would be bringing along hearth bread.
No.
Oh, you
Well,
want
I
want
can't do
nice
that.
food.
there are 2 hunters in the group now, so I mean,
That's true. Well, and you know what? The errant, his name is Iron Ladle, and he is like a chef, famous. He just decided to take up the way of errantry.
Okay.
does the elite kick people?
What'd you say?
Does he only use kicks when fighting?
Oh no, he uses his iron ladle. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
he uses it to bash people.
And his cooking pot?
Yes, yeah, his cooking
That's
pot is
actually his
helmet.
Yes.
You get a Benny for reading my mind. Okay, and Warren, I liked that. It was nice and in character of you to be concerned about high quality food, so I'll give you a Benny for that as well. Okay, so we've
You didn't tell me
got
how much money I have to spend on it.
how much money you have to spend to buy that food. Let's see. Let's say it would be like 50 silver a week for high quality food.
Done.
Okay. And then your errant is considered a normal level person, so that would be 30 silver on top of that. So I guess total you're looking at 80 silver.
Oh no, I thought the Iron Ladle was part of the 100 that I was using for the classicist and the errant.
That's right. Okay, I see what you're doing now. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, so then it would just be an additional 50 for 1 week of fine food. So 150 total.
I'm poor again.
Yay!
And I'll get 2 just like regular guards.
Okay.
If you need, I have 16 silver left. I can help if we need to get another one. Like if you got 15, we can get another.
Right now, you guys you have 9 tag-alongs, which is it's
Okay.
plenty. It's a pretty big expedition.
Okay.
Not to say they'll all survive. So these are all considered to be extras.
do we have to pay them if they don't survive?
No, we
You paid
named
them
them as
up
they're
front.
about to die to give them more hit points.
Right. But yeah, they're all going to be extras, and they'll only have the 1 hit point. They will all, like the normal tier people, which includes the town guards and the errant and the hunter, will all have.
I thought you said the hunter was the elite. Like I paid 50.
Oh, right. Okay. Then yeah, he can be an elite. That's no problem. So then in that case, just the errant and the 2 guards, they will have D6s in all skills, whereas the elites will have D6s in all, but they will have 1 D8 in attributes, not skills. And then generally they are untrained, but each one of them can have 2 or 3 skills. Just kind of we'll keep track of what they are together. And the classicist has access to 2 different powers. So if you guys have any ideas about what kind of powers you'd want the classicist to have, just let me know.
Can he set things on fire and heal people?
Absolutely, yeah. He could do both of those things. It sounds like he would be
Maybe like a burst.
Like a fire burst type thing?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so, and it sounds like we're making him a man.
Sure,
Oh,
whatever.
No, Jan would prefer it's a woman.
We all know how that turns out.
Yeah, actually, it's weird. None
It's
of the
Nimble
women
Barba.
classicists
It's
wanted
actually-
to go along with you.
It's actually Nimble Barba, isn't it?
God, that is kind of perfect, though.
No,
but only
it's not, because we don't want Jan getting set on fire.
No, we are not killing Nimble Barba.
No,
Right.
we wouldn't be killing her. Jan would be hitting her.
She stays
And
safe.
we'd respond by setting him on fire.
Okay, wait. Can the Scotscus have a seasoned rank power?
I'm gonna say just novice.
Okay, then first it shall be.
Okay. So burst and healing. And I think he will be a classicist of leaves, which is one of like the most nature, one of the classicists with the greatest affinity for nature. And he will be named Brother Ash. And he is known for being able to start a fire out of just about anything.
Does he have a boomstick?
Yes, he does, and you get a Benny for that. Oh God, that's wonderful. Okay. So we have all of our individual people named, and the other people, they will be named if they survive, I guess, or if we can think of names as we go along.
So we have
okay.
How many sentinels with us? 4?
4, yeah. And just to make sure we're counting all of this correctly, so Jan, you just got the 1 hunter, right?
Yeah, 4 tusk.
Okay, and then Warren, you got the classicist and the errant. So that's actually the errant would be not an elite, so that would only be.
I only have her written down for him written down for D6s.
Okay, right. But what I'm saying is that you spent 100 silver on them, and you'd only actually have to spend 80 on those 2.
I can spend 100. It's just fine. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Let's just do 80 because I don't. He won't be elite, and so
Okay.
there's no point. And then Kyle, or Bress, my apologies. You got the 4 sentinels, which would be 200 silver total, and then the 2 town guards, which would be another 60. Cool. All right, so those are our company, and you guys are now approaching. You're in the forest, right? And as you are moving along, the people that are with you are kind of like looking around at the trees. They're looking down at the ground when they see like shrubbery move around and stuff. In the distance, you hear this nee, nee.
I'm going to try and distract people and ask
Okay.
the classicist about some stories.
Oh, okay. The classicist looks at you and he says, "Ah, yes, stories of the wood I have. We were traveling one day, and a trumpet boar came out of nowhere. Of course, we heard it coming before, but we thought it was just the wind, for it drives the wind before it. But this boar crashes through the woods, big as a bear, and tusks the size of a man's leg. And it bellows at us. There were 10 of us that day. Only 4 of us walked away from it. Yes, I have tales of the wood." This guy is, he's dressed in robes, but they're definitely not your typical classicist robes. They look pretty threadbare and actually pretty homemade, like out in the forest somewhere. He only wears like sandals instead of proper shoes. And he's much less kempt than other classicists you've seen. All right then. So we've got some hunters in the group. Oh,
Right.
Go ahead, Jan.
You said we heard a noise out in the distance?
It was kind of a joke. I said shrubbery.
Okay.
And it was just an animal call.
Okay. I thought you were saying
So-
me.
That is exactly what I was saying. Okay.
I
so,
don't get the joke, but okay.
Monty Python, the knights who say
Alright.
me.
Oh, me. I thought you were saying me.
Oh no.
Me.
It's
Okay.
wrong for shrubbery.
Okay. Never mind.
Okay. So
Jan will be out front with Bortusk. I don't think Bortusk can. His skills are going to be throwing and fighting. So I guess he's not going to be surviving here or using surviving checks. But I can do that to see how well we do.
sounds good. Yeah. So go ahead and give me a survival check. And what you need to think about right now is that you're actually hoping for a lower result because when you get lost is a good time to find evidence.
Oh, okay. So I got a 7.
All right. So you move along for about an hour. You're in the morning. I mean, the sun just rose a little while ago. But you do have a pretty easy time making it down this road. You find a path that branches off, just kind of going into the forest. You spoke to Flying Ember idea for where these pagans are located. They're off to the south of the city, which is actually the opposite side of the city that you approached from whenever you got back from your very first adventure. And so you head off down to the south. You travel for about an hour, and you're just not really finding this wilderness. So go ahead and give me another survival check.
Well, in that case, Bortusk is going to try to do it this time.
So that's a D4 minus 2, I believe.
Yeah, and he does not get a wild die, correct?
Mm-mm. Not a single one.
He got a 0.
All right. Yeah. So you guys are walking along, and Bortusk is like, are you having trouble finding the wilderness? Jan, it's just as easy as getting lost.
Hey, I don't ever get lost. I know exactly where I am. Right, Mutt?
And Bortusk says, well, I just came in from the Stag and Dragon, so maybe I should go ahead and lead the way for a little while. This is totally unfamiliar country to me. So he takes over, and within the hour, you guys notice there is the brush around you gets a lot thicker, and things start to, catch on the goats' hides as you're going along. The goats are bleeding more, bleating.
Or the sheep.
Is there a sheep there too?
Well, you said there were rams.
I guess you're right. Okay. I was equating ram with goat, but yeah, ram it is.
Goats are
Sorry,
fine.
the rams are bleeding as you go along a little more loudly than they were, and people are really starting to huddle in close to the wagon at this point. And before you know it, the brush around you actually gets like thorny, and you realize it's growing up higher over you, and you kind of are moving into it. And this is the beginning of wilderness. It's a thicket, to be precise. And so,
how many wagons are we traveling with?
Wagons, just one.
Right. Rest climbs his way up to the top of that wagon.
Okay.
And is kind of just keeping an overall lookout.
Cool. And you guys realize like the trail is well and truly gone. You're having a real difficult time getting the wagon over, so it's probably about time to load up all of your supplies and packs and everything, distribute the load, and then head out on your feet.
Do we have enough salt that we can surround the wagon with salt and still have salt?
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense that you would bring enough to do that. You've probably got 4 or 5 sacks of it. You guys erred on the side of caution here.
So we've got enough to season our dinner.
Yes, just barely, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you guys make a circle around the salt.
Yeah, and we have like just a cart driver that's going to stay with the cart, right? Like it's not one of our.
I would imagine the cart driver also has a couple of guards of his own that he brought along. So
okay, but we're not leaving one of the people we just paid.
Right. Yeah. The people that you've paid to come along are not just the wagon guards. They're actually coming along the adventure with you.
Okay, quick side question.
Mm-hmm.
How does lift and carry work in this?
Lift and carry. Are you talking about encumbrance or lift? So you have an encumbrance that I think is 4 times your strength die. I can verify that for you really quickly. But I think what I would rather do is make a strength check and see if you're able to bear the load, just because. Okay,
because I picked up an edge that bumps it up to 8.
Yeah, that's right. So it is. Normally it's 4, and then if you get the edge, then it's 8 times your strength die. So you can carry 80 pounds of stuff just on your own. God, that's crazy.
So load me up.
I can carry 24 then.
Nice. Okay.
Not very much.
So Jan's taking a lighter load, and it's worth saying too, that's up to your first level of encumbrance, right? So like if you have the acrobatic edge, then you get +1 parry if you're unencumbered. So as long as you carry less than that amount of weight, then you're...
Right. I'm going to be carrying enough to not be encumbered.
Okay. Oh, and I'm looking here, it's strength times 5 pounds.
Oh, okay, then I can carry up to 30.
Cool.
20 pounds. Woohoo!
All right, well...
And 15 of that's already based on armor.
Warren has people to carry things for him. He's a noble.
Not yet, he's not.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, my armor's 15, so...
I will go ahead and be encumbered, though.
Okay, sounds good.
I can probably carry the brunt of that. My armor only weighs 10 pounds. That gives me 70 pounds of free weight.
God, that's so crazy. You are a real hoss, Bress.
Yeah, so I'm going to say Jan's not trying to just get out of it. He's going to say he's going to be unencumbered so he can scout for everyone.
Okay.
It's an important task.
Sounds good.
It's not like I can't just drop them back to salt at any time.
Right.
Or throw them at people.
Right.
Yes.
And that might actually be a valid strategy coming up. Who knows? Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so you guys are loaded up and you head off into the wilderness here. As you go along, these thorns that are on the thicket all around you are only getting longer, and the thicket vines themselves are going from about the diameter of a straw to being more like the diameter of a finger, and then pretty soon it's like a forearm-sized vine that's making up this whole thicket, and the barbs are 8 inches long. They're big around. They're super sharp. Some of them even have barbs that are springing off of them. It's a nasty-looking thing.
Can I do like a survival or a stealth check to see if I can get through quietly and without vines?
Without what?
Without like touching the vines at all.
Well, actually, what we're going to do here is a dramatic task.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to, you can make it'll be a vigor check, but it's a vigor -2, and it'll be a 3-round dramatic task to lead people safely through this thicket. And so whoever's got the best vigor.
You sure it shouldn't be a survival check? I would go for a survival check.
Well, okay, so I'm using the wilderness rules, like setting rules that I've developed for the Blackwood, and the modifier for this section of wilderness is called harsh, which is a vigor check. And there are some that are survival checks, but this is not one of them.
Okay, I just don't have a good vigor, so someone else shall
Gotcha.
lead the way, even though I built a character to lead the way.
I'm asking the classicist why we don't just burn the forest down.
The classicist, he looks over and he's got this little flint and steel that he carries on his belt pretty much all the time. It's in very easy access. And he goes, burn down the wilderness? Let me show you. And he actually takes like a full minute to stand here and strike at this thicket. And like he does it, and he's like blowing on it, and he's trying really hard to get this thing to catch, and the thicket is just not catching. It is.
I'm sitting there and laughing at them while this is happening.
And then after like 30 seconds of his attempt, he actually like, grabs a torch and strikes it and lights the torch and just holds the torch underneath the thicket. And he's like, this stuff don't like burning. We're going to have to get further in if we're going to be able to do that.
That sounds counterintuitive to me. It doesn't burn on the edge, but if you get in where it's thicker.
Well, it's like it's kind of like a perimeter, It's the wilderness has its own defenses.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so as you guys step in, you see something. You are walking through terrain. I'm going to share my screen here with you. You're walking through terrain that looks more or less like this, right? It's very rocky. You guys have to come up and down these boulders and kind of skirt over trees and around things like that. And then all of a sudden, as you're making it through this thicket, before we start the dramatic task, it's almost like the thicket goes into your vision. It's not just like you can see it. It's like it's all you can see is this thicket, and it forms into this face for a brief moment, and the face is looking at you with this just disdain. It's like a challenge and it's a rebuke at the same time.
Can I make a rude gesture?
Absolutely. What kind of rude gesture would you like to make? Fair. Okay.
Go with it.
The thing looks at you, and a barb from the thicket, just out of nowhere, and like hits a branch just right by your head. Kind of embeds itself in the branch. Bress, you asked if Knowledge Wilderness would help you here. It absolutely would. So what I think I would like to do is whomever's making the Vigor check, Bress, if you would also make a Knowledge Wilderness check each round. If you succeed, I'll give you a +2 to that Vigor check for the dramatic task.
Okay, and who has the highest Vigor here?
My Vigor is a 4, so I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, it's me.
All right. So I guess you'll be making 2 checks each round.
Okay, so he can do that. Okay. Like, can we? Okay, we can't help with this one.
He's the one with the Knowledge Wilderness.
You can absolutely roleplay help for Benny's, but he'll be the one who's actually doing the dice rolling.
Okay.
I grew up in this stuff.
That's right.
All right, so for my knowledge, and that one exploded. A 7 on the Knowledge Wilderness.
7 Knowledge Wilderness. Okay, so that is a success. That'll give you +2 to your dramatic task Vigor check. So the Vigor check is at a -2, so right now it's just a 0.
Okay. 4.
4? Okay, so that's 1 success. So yeah, you guys are going through here, and I believe I also need to be drawing a card here, and if it's a club, then it's a real bad deal for you if you fail.
Okay, well, as they're going along, Jan has his axe out and is pretending to shave his beard with his axe head and laughing with Mutt like it's an inside joke.
That sounds good. I'll give you a penny for that. Bress, you got a Queen of Hearts, so you do not have to worry about a complication this round. So yeah, you're kind of, I imagine you've got these wooden forearms, right? So you're kind of pushing through this wilderness to get the thicket out of the way. Yeah, yeah. You're pushing it out of the way for people to kind of move through. And you come to this place, and you can either turn left or right. There's 2 pathways that you think are opening up through this thicket as the most likely courses.
I mean, can I roll survival to help with that one? I mean,
yeah, you can absolutely roll survival to see if you can like tell where they're going.
I'm gonna use a Benny.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, great, 8. Oh, hold on, more than that, my wild die exploded.
Nice.
So 12.
Nice. I got a 10 on my Knowledge Wilderness.
A 10 on your Knowledge Wilderness. Okay, so that gives you, I'll say, a +4 to your dramatic task this time. So it's an automatic success. You're just rolling to see if you get raises or even more. And then Jan, you know that looking ahead down the trail, one way, the way that leads to the left, it looks like it's just going to be more thicket, whereas to the right, it looks like it's thicket for a little while, but you catch this whiff on the wind, and it's very moist, and you can see there's a little bit of a mist, and you can just tell that like somewhere out there's some sort of water formation, probably something like a waterfall or something, because you've got this spray coming off. Yeah, so that's what you guys are looking at.
I mean, I'll wait till Bress decides which way to go, and then I'll give my opinion.
Okay. So, Bress, what are you thinking?
I look down both ways, and I'm having a little hard time. And so I look back to Jan and be like, you're the one.
Well, Punchy, I think there's like a waterfall that way, and he points out to the right. It just looks like this going off to the left.
Okay. Well, changes usually mean something is manipulating it, right?
Changes. What do you mean changes?
Like changes in the wilderness.
Oh yeah. Well, as far as you know, I mean, wilderness changes. Wilderness can turn its back on you really quickly, and so you do get the sense that something is manipulating the wilderness, but you would probably just have the impression that it's just the wilderness manipulating itself.
Or that elf that we were already messing with.
Mm-hmm. Thicket beard. It could be him.
Well, group consensus, head the way of the waterfall ish thing.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
why
want to
not?
get out. I want to get out of these thorns.
The town guards echo into. They're like, "Oh yeah, these thorns are killing us. Look, we got this huge scratch right along my arm here. It's awful."
Ooh.
Yeah, Jan takes a look at it. Says, "Yeah, I think you're gonna lose it."
The guard looks at Jan and he's like, "What? Oh, oh!" And then the other one like punches him in the shoulder. It's like, "Shut up." Okay, so Bress, give me your vigor check for this next for this next dramatic task round.
I got a 5, so with the +2, it's a 7.
A 7? Okay, so that is with your +4. Wait a second. You said you got a 5 and then it was a 7 for some reason?
Because it's a vigor -2, right?
Yes, that's right. So, but you got a 7 total because it's a -2?
Well, I rolled a 5. I got a +4 out of -2, so it'd just be a +2.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay, so that's one more success. So far, you are set to be able to clear your way out of this thicket, no problem. All right then. So, you press on. You're continuing to push through this. At this point, God, math is hard, guys. Let me tell you. I guess you guys watching live, you can't see the chat thing, but they're mocking me is what they're doing. Okay, so you guys press
There's
through
some
the thicket a
reason you
little
were a
more.
theater major, right? Or you
Do
were a
what?
theater major? There was a reason you were a theater major?
Absolutely. It does not have anything to do with math either, I'll tell you that right now. Okay, so as you guys are pushing along, I would like you all to make notice checks, please.
Is this a hearing notice check?
It would be, yeah. Hearing would apply. It's either, this could be vision or hearing.
$11, thanks to an explosion.
Nice.
12.
Holy crap.
12 to hear. 10 to
Okay.
see.
And I got an 8.
An 8? Okay. And so we've talked about where Bress is in the order. He's right out in front. And Jan, originally you were out in front, so I imagine you're probably pretty close to him.
Yes.
Okay. And then Warren, what about you? Where would you be in this procession?
Probably in the middle of the pack somewhere.
Okay, maybe hanging out with the Sentinels or something just so you've got extra cover.
No, just, there's no point in me being up in front right now. I just get in the way, so.
Sure. Okay, well, you guys are all trudging along, and you hear in behind you there's a cry that rings out, and you turn just in time to see the guard who had his arm slashed, and he is like looking down at his chest, and there's a spear point that's going right through the chest, and he just falls right over dead. And actually, wait, I'm sorry, that's not at all true. I need to roll to see what happens here. All right. But, you know what? Yeah. I got a 9 plus 4 for the other die is 13. So, yeah. He looks down and there's a spear protruding from his chest and he just falls over. And then at this moment, you see 2 pagans standing right behind him. These pagans are dressed in hide armor, basically just like draped over their bodies. You would barely even call it armor. But at their hips, they each have 2 antler knives that are carved out of ironwood, century pine. And in their hands, they're bearing these other javelins, right? And you can see that they even have more strapped to their backs. And then their faces are decorated by paint. It's this white paint that is, it looks like they have handprints on their faces like this, so that you can see their fingers going up here, almost as if they have like a beard or something that's made out of this white paint.
Like a thicket?
Almost like a thicket on their faces, where their beard should be.
How odd.
And they're right behind you guys. So I think the other guard is obviously back there, and then there are some sentinels back there. The classicist is most likely up front with the hunter, and Bress and Jan.
So I'd probably be back there with them too.
Yeah.
Head me back to the sentinels.
Yeah.
Well, then,
you're closest to it for sure.
let's kill these guys.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do what?
Keep one alive.
Keep one alive? Okay, well, let's do initiative then. So first round, we've got Bress with a 4. And, oh, Jan got a joker. All right.
All right. I have a good idea.
Okay. And then we have Warren with a 3. And then the bad guys have a 9. So Jan can go whenever he wants. Otherwise, it'll be the pagans and then Bress and then Warren.
Jan is going to go.
Okay. And you guys can control the extras on your turns too. We'll just need to keep track of who uses which extra to make sure that we don't use them more than once per round.
Do we just want to keep track of the extras that we purchase?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Then Jan is going to yell out a warning and say, "Watch out! Mutt, get him!" And he'll point towards them. But something strange happens. Instead of helping the people, the thicket starts to grow around the pagans and see if they get trapped by their own thicket.
All right. So what are the rules of Entangle?
The rules of Entangle are, for 4 power points, I can affect a medium burst template. Mm-hmm. And the power allows the character to restrain a target with snaking vines, links of hair, spider webs, or some other vine-like trapping.
Cool.
And if it's the arcane skill roll is opposed to the target's agility, success indicates partial restraint so that the target suffers a -2 penalty to pace, and skills linked to agility and strength. A raise restrains the target fully. He cannot move or use any skills linked to agility or strength.
Wonderful. All right. So let's see how this works out.
Following each round, the entangled target may make a strength or agility roll to break free.
Cool. And you get a +2 to that check, too, because of the Joker.
Right, but it goes a -2 because I'm using a power without any power points.
Okay.
And it would have been worth 4 power points, so it's at a -2.
Okay.
And my D4 exploded. And I got a 3, so 7.
7? Okay. And did you subtract the 2 already?
Yeah, I didn't add any 2.
Okay, gotcha. Okay then, yeah. So these vines, this thicket just bursts out around these guys, and it grabs them up, and they're like actually lifted off the ground a little bit.
Did you roll an agility?
Oh, let me make an agility.
I mean, I want that to happen, but
they got a 2, so they did.
And that is with a raise, so they are fully
a success with a no, because you only got a 7.
Yeah, but they got a 2.
2, then the difference is only 5.
But it only needs to be 4 more, right?
Well, you need to have. I think you need. Oh, yeah. So if you beat them, then you succeed. But if you get 4, if you beat them by 4 or more, then you get a raise.
That's how I read it. I mean.
So no, that's a good point. So yeah, they like get taken up off the ground, and they're each like kicking about 6 inches to a foot off the ground, just tied up in these thorns. And somehow the thorns are not actually like hurting them much, but they're still immobilized.
And Jan will be like, "Ah, cool!" And Mutt is barking happily.
Okay.
And so can I roll for Bortusk then?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Bortusk will yell, "Well done, Hunter!" and throw his spear at one of the entangled pagans. So right. he has skills in throwing and fighting.
Mm-hmm. And Spear is a range increment of 3, 6, or 12 inches, and that equates to, I guess, 15 or 30 or 45 feet. And with a procession of 9 people, I think 15 feet is pretty close. So let's say he's going to make this throwing check at a minus, or at the range increment, which is minus 2.
Okay.
But he only needs a 4 to hit because it is ranged. So.
Right, and I'm rolling a d6. Correct.
Mhm.
Oh, wait. We said he was an elite, so I can give him a D8 in one of his ability traits or one of his skills.
You can give him a D8 in either. You have 2 to give him. It could be a skill and an attribute, or just one or the other.
Okay, then I'm going to give him a D8 in throwing.
Okay.
And he got a 6 minus 2 is a 4.
Okay.
And that is it a 2d6?
It's strength plus D6, and so if you want his attribute D8 to be strength, then you can. Otherwise, it would be.
Well, are we going to have to go with that, or the actual rules, like to be able to get to a D8 throwing, he probably had a D8 agility, or do you really care?
Not for extras. No.
Okay.
Because they're pretty limited anyway.
Okay, we'll give him a D8 in strength too.
Okay.
So a D8 and a D6.
Yeah.
And my fill off the table. 5, 6, 7.
7 damage total.
Yes.
Okay, well that does indeed hit. So one of the spears, lodges right next to the guy, and he looking over at it, and he's squirming even more, trying to get out of this thing. He's really freaking out. And thank you for telling me about the sentinels there.
Then Jan will compliment Vortesk. Well done yourself.
Vortesk looks back at you and he says, I've skewered a pagan before in my day. Speaking of pagans, it's their turn. So in order for them to escape, they need to make either agility or strength checks, right?
I think they're stuck this round, though.
Okay, so they're stuck this round, and then they can try next round. So their turn is Dunzo.
Yeah, okay. It says, on a raise, their strength to target fully. He cannot move or use any skills linked to agility or strength. I mean, I guess he can move, or he can do something, but it just can't do agility or strength-based things.
Yeah, there's just got to be a way that he can escape from it. So let me see.
Well, in this next round, the following round, they can try to escape.
Gotcha. Okay, so this round he's just he's entangled fully. That sounds good. So both of them, they squirm around and they shout in their pagan tongue, but they are unable to escape. And now it is time for Bress.
One was already hit.
One of them is shaken, yes. Yeah, he's got a spear lodged right next to his head in the thicket.
Okay, well, I'm going to go punch that one.
Cool.
So for swing number 1, a 9.
9. And I believe your pace is 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got just enough pace to be able to actually make it to him. And 9 does hit, so give me some damage there.
Uh, 10 damage.
10 damage. Wow, okay, yeah, that is enough to kill him. So how does this happen?
As soon as he gets hit by that spear, and I can see him kind of struggling, and I know that's the one that has to go down, so I burst through the crowd and make it there just in time to just cave right into this guy's chest.
Nice. Oh, God. And
wait, where was the spear at?
The spear was, lodged in the thicket just inches from the guy's neck.
Oh,
I thought it hit him.
He was shaken, but shaken doesn't always mean damage, and so it shocked him, and he was unable to respond appropriately.
Okay. Well, then I kind of make a side swing and just kind of punch it to where it just goes straight through.
Nice. Okay. So you make the spear actually connect with him instead?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'll give you a Benny for that. That's an awesome description.
Jan yells out, "I claim the antler knives."
Sounds good. Yeah, and then you are standing here next to this other pagan, but we will switch over to. Do you have a? Do you?
I have one more attack.
Oh, right. Okay, go ahead.
And so as soon as that happens, I'm just going to turn around and swing with my other hand.
Okay, at the other character, at the other pagan.
Yeah.
Cool.
To do non-lethal damage?
5.
And are you trying to deal non-lethal damage with this?
Yes.
Okay. But you subtract 1 from your fighting roll for that, so it's actually only a 4, I believe.
Yeah, 4 then.
Okay. So 4 does not hit this one. So you wind up and you swing at this guy, but in the heat of the moment, maybe the spear was just too impressive for you to follow up with. Who knows?
Would he get... I mean, I guess it doesn't say he loses his parry, but I mean, he can't move at all.
The guy, yeah, he would still be able to. I mean, he's incapacitated and he's not able to make strength and agility checks, you said, but I don't think that affects his parry at all.
And it doesn't say that.
It's not like
okay.
flat-footed.
Right. Okay, so now Warren, it's your turn.
None of the sentinels went?
Brest, did you want any of the sentinels to go?
Oh, yeah, I guess they can.
Okay.
So 2 of them are actually going to step up and try and, with the hilt of their swords, just kind of knock him out a little bit.
Okay, so that'll be another fighting -1 check. And I imagine the other 2 are just like following along, hacking away at the thicket on either side to try and create a path.
Yeah. So that one was a 3. And then that one exploded.
Nice.
Ooh, 15 minus 2 would be a 13.
13? Okay, yeah, that hits with a raise, so that's an additional d6 damage for these guys. And I believe it's just going to be, because that's kind of an improvised weapon, so I believe it's just going to be d6 damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is strength still included in that?
I'm sorry?
Strength still included in that?
It is, yeah. So strength plus d6 plus another d6 for the raise.
Okay, that's right. Good. Oh shit. The 6 exploded, 1 6 was a 3.
Oh
So
my god.
14, 17, 18, 22.
22. Wow. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 raises. So the rules here, he's incapacitated. He's knocked out for 1d6 hours. And I'll go ahead and say that because of all those raises, it's an additional 4 hours on top of whatever I roll.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but you can drag him along and interrogate him.
Yeah, we're gonna time up and drag him along.
Yeah, so it's going to be 2 hours left. And as you notice, like, this guy gets knocked out, and you realize, like, you're already tired, as if you guys have trekked a lot longer than you thought you did. It's almost like time kind of slipped away from you as you were walking through this forest. But he's knocked out. Warren, would you like to take any action right now?
Well, there's another one, isn't there?
Well, he's dead already. Yeah,
Okay.
Brest killed him.
Well then, I don't have anything to do.
Okay. All right. So yeah, another. I guess the.
Well, I guess I'll
battle.
start. I'll take one of their knives. Can I cut the vines just fine?
You can hack through them. Yeah. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say
I'm
just fine, but you can do it.
I'm not looking at hacking through them. We're just looking at, some improvised rope maybe.
Ah. Okay. Yeah. These vines are a little too rigid to make good rope.
Wait, my vines or...
You just made the thicket come up out of nowhere, right? Like you amplified the thicket. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And the thicket was already really rigid, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're wearing rags, whatnot.
Yeah, hide rags.
What about the guard? What was his?
The guard, he has leather armor.
He didn't have any rope on him? What?
Yeah, he had some rope on him. Let's say he had 10 feet of rope on him.
Did he have any like manacle type things since he is a city guard?
I was going to say, I would imagine
Probably
manacles
wouldn't bring
are
a
actually a fine option. I imagine he might bring rope along instead because it's got more utility. He could use them as manacles, but he could also use them, to
as
ascend,
rope.
whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's fine to say he's either got manacles or 10 feet of rope, whichever you prefer.
I say we go with 10 feet of rope.
Okay. Yeah, then he is dead, but he's wearing leather armor. He's got the rope. He is carrying a shield, and he has a spear with him.
Jan throws the spear to Bortusk and says, "Here, can you use this?"
Bortusk says, "Ah, yes. I'll stow
We
it
have-
away."
We have one other guard.
That's right, one left.
Do we want to try and keep the body?
It's up to
How
you
important
guys.
would that be for the city?
Well, one of the things that you guys brought with you was a portable ancestor shrine.
Okay.
And I'm sure that this person's family would love to have the body back. But if you didn't feel you could drag it along safely the entire time, like keeping yourself safe, then you could definitely perform some sort of last rite with the portable ancestor shrine and call it good.
Can we take his ancestor beads back to his family, though?
Oh, absolutely.
So I'll grab the ancestor beads and then ask the classicist to perform last rites.
Okay. So the ancestor beads are pretty modest. There are only 4 beads on there. He doesn't have a whole lot of ancestors. And then the classicist comes over and flips up his arms. And he has a D8 in smarts. This funeral rite would normally be a spirit thing, but because he's a classicist, I'll go ahead and let you roll the D8. So whoever bought the classicist, yeah, roll that D8 and see what happens.
Jan is trying to keep Mud away from licking the body.
5.
A 5. Okay, so that's a success. Yeah. The classicist kneels down and, he says words that you guys find to be perfectly adequate given the sudden circumstances of things. They're not like they're moving you to tears or anything, but he gets down on his knee and he says, "Only through the bravery of men like this will the elder king and his kingdom be restored to glory. We here lay him to rest, but we will remember his deeds for all time. Go, walk free."
Yeah, Jan whispers to Bortusk, "What was that guy's name?"
Bortusk says, "I don't know, they all look the same to me." The livery. Okay, so you guys are headed through town, You continue to head through the thicket, and you're heading off in the direction of that waterfall, right?
So we disarmed the pagan we took prisoner.
Right.
And did we find anything on him?
You found, let's see, he was one that had 3 spears, and they're javelin-style spears, and then he also had 2 antler knives on his person.
Okay.
Yeah, I took those off to cut the rope.
Okay, well, I took the antler knives from the dead guy, and Jan gave all the javelins to Bortusk.
Okay. Bortusk accepts them, and he's like, "Oh, this is too many for me. I couldn't carry these," and so he hands them out among the sentinels.
Oh, okay. How many can he carry?
He just doesn't want to have to deal with, they're 6-foot spears, and if he's carrying 4 of them through this thicket, it's going to be a nightmare trying to get it through there. So it's easier for him to just have a spare on his back and then give the others to the sentinels.
Okay.
All right. And Bress, did you ask who these were? Who we were talking about?
No, I asked who tied them up.
I'm sorry, what was that? You cut out.
Oh, I asked who tied the pagan up.
Oh, yeah, Warren did with some rope from the dead guard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you guys are moving through the thicket once again, and so give me one last vigor check. You can also do that knowledge wilderness thing.
No survival help this time, though?
No, because you know what direction you're going. You've chosen a direction.
Okay.
8 on knowledge wilderness.
8 on knowledge wilderness. Okay. Yeah, so that's a success with a raise. So I'll give you +2 or +4 to your roll, actually. So go ahead and give me that vigor check. I guess it'll be a cumulative +2 for that roll.
So that'll be a 5.
A 5? Okay, so that's the third success that you needed. So as you're pushing, do what?
Did you draw a card?
I did need to draw a card, thank you. And I actually need to shuffle these because we drew a joker, so let me take care of that just really quick. Even then,
Apparently he shuffled very vigorously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was exciting. We'll let you do something next time, Andrew.
That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
I'm sorry I'm so good at killing things.
There's no problem with that.
I was really surprised my Dingle worked that well. But when I got the Joker, I was like, ooh, I gotta try that.
That is a really cool power.
It really is.
Who all can leaf step now? Anyone else take acrobat?
Not yet.
No? Okay. I took that after advancing last time, so I can leaf step again.
So I want to get a lariat or something like that and, prevent you from leaf stepping by pulling you back down to the ground.
Why?
Because it'd be funny.
Not as meant to be in the trees.
It'd also be really funny if one of our archers had, an arrow with a rope attached to it and just speared somebody through it.
can you guys see me and hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Yay, I'm back. Okay, wonderful. Hopefully we're still broadcasting. It says it's still live, but when I left, it gave me an option to stop the broadcast, so we'll see. Okay, so what was the last thing you guys heard before I disappeared?
You were going to show another card.
Well, you were shuffling.
Okay, gotcha. It was a diamond. It was a 10 of diamonds, so no need to worry about that. Okay, so you guys are pushing through, and you notice, you all didn't really know what Jan was talking about whenever he said that there was a waterfall up ahead. Didn't make any sense to you, because for all you knew, both of these paths looked like it was just, more wilderness. But eventually, you start to kind of realize, oh yeah, there is kind of a moisture in the air right now, and I do see that there's a breakup in the thicket up ahead. This is pretty crazy. But
I still don't see a dog.
Oh man, did I call Jan crazy?
That's okay. Jan sees a dog.
Whoops. Anyway, so you guys come out onto this clearing, and it's not even much of a clearing. It's more like a ledge, and right in front of you there is this huge waterfall that's cascading down. It's like you had no idea that there was a cliff this tall in this area. It's 200, 300 feet tall, and this waterfall is just going straight off over the edge. It's so tall, in fact, that it is dizzying. You look down, and you can see, it's almost like the ground below you is twisting back and forth, undulating, because it's so just incredibly tall.
Okay, so we're on top of the waterfall.
You are not at the very top of it, but there's a path that goes kind of behind it, and it's spilling over above you, but also down to your side.
Okay, but there's a long drop down still.
Right, yeah, a huge drop down.
I dropped down
so,
enough that we wouldn't even have to roll. We'd just be dead.
Yes, yeah, just death. And also, you notice that whenever you come out of this clearing, or come out onto this ledge, the sun overhead, you feel like you've been walking for about an hour, and the fight with those pagans took no more than a few seconds. But the sun overhead is past its zenith. It's afternoon already. And there's not much of a way to explain it. You're not quite sure what's going on.
This is why I like the city.
So,
shit like this doesn't happen.
what we're going to be doing now is you're going to have to try and traverse these falls to be able to get over. But you do see that there are two potential paths. One of them leads down to what looks like a safer track that's a little lower down. Maybe it wouldn't be fatal if you fell off of it. The other one goes straight ahead, but it looks like it heads into more thicket. And Jan, if you want to make a survival check, you can learn more information about that.
Which one's faster?
Faster, not safer.
Faster. We'll be fine.
Whew. $17.
17. Okay. You look ahead, and you survey both of your options. You think that following the path down to where it's a little lower in altitude is probably going to be the safer bet. It doesn't look like there's anything particularly hazardous down there. And, like I said, you'll be closer to the ground. But looking ahead at that thicket, you can see the ghost of Thicketbeard's face. Rushdash is looking at you from the thicket up ahead. And you just have a hunch that if you're trying to find him, you're going to have to go back into this thicket.
Can we see him again, or is it just like a mirror image of like his face?
It's almost like a mirage.
Okay.
Like you look at it, and if you squint, you can kind of make out the face, but then you keep looking at it, and you don't think it's there. Maybe you tricked yourself into thinking it was there. It's not definite.
Well,
Let's go
can everyone see? Can everyone see that, or is it just Jan?
Just Jan right now.
Okay, so Jan gets down because Mutt starts to kind of growl and his hackles get up, and Jan says, "Oh, what is it, boy? Can you smell him? Can you smell Rushdash?" And he says, "Point him out, boy." And Mutt's not really a good pointer, but I mean he tries at this and nose forward, kind of one paw up, tail out back. It's like, oh, okay, well. And so Jan says, well, Mutt knows where he is and expects everyone to be able to see where Mutt is pointing. So I say, we go the way he's showing. And
you guys just see him, I imagine Jan doesn't even point.
Nope, I'm not. He's not.
Brush just looks over and goes, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't actually paying attention to Mutt. Which way are we supposed to go?
Well, Jan says he's still pointing.
We're going that way.
I like that. Both of you guys get a Benny for that. That was very nice handling of Jan, Bress.
He's like a paladin, only worse.
Yeah.
Hey, look over there, something shiny.
So Jan says, we'll go this way, and he starts walking the path that's straight ahead.
Okay. Sounds good. So let me see here. Yeah, you guys are walking up ahead, and you need to make a climbing check to be able to get across this waterfall face, right? You're skirting underneath it, but it's going to have to be a climb check. And it's slick because there's water everywhere, so it's going to be really difficult. It's a climb -4.
Okay.
But you don't have it, you have D4 -2, right?
I'm sorry?
If you don't have to climb, it's a D4 -2.
That's right.
So D4 -6.
Oh, God.
So maybe we don't want to go that way.
Well, I mean, Jan, you could scout away and like leave a line for people to follow you because you do have those crampons.
Right, and I can climb.
Right.
Wait, can I leaf step across to this?
You could definitely try. It would be tough to navigate still. I'd say that you could like lessen the penalty to a -2 from a -4. Because it's kind of low. You would be able to leaf step, but it would be precision movement. It wouldn't be just.
Okay. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to try a leaf step check, and then do a climb check to see if I can get that. If that works for you.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, so an leaf step is now an agility check.
Agility check, correct, and you do get your +2 from acrobat.
Okay, I got a 7.
Okay. So that is a success, but not with a raise, so you'll be able to use it for a little while. You'll be able to use it for 3 rounds, but since we're not in combat, rounds are less germane.
Right. What I thought, we were just doing that to see if it was a -2 or -4 on a climb check.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So,
it's just a -2.
Go ahead and go with that then.
Okay, and then I got a 4 on a climb check.
A 4 on a climb check? Okay, so, yeah, you managed to scout your way across.
And I take the remnants of the rope with me.
Sure. Well, your climbing kit would have rope that comes along with it.
Yeah, I have rope.
Yeah.
What am I saying?
That's plausible. So you're scouting along.
I have rope listed on my. I have 20 feet of rope actually. So.
Oh well, then perfect. That's exactly what we need. So yeah, you managed to get across and you leave a trail following behind you. So I'm going to negate the -4 penalty for everybody else to make their climbing checks across.
Then I will roll for Vortesk.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's just a D4 for him, and he's got to get a 4.
Yep.
Is a fail like an automatic fall, or is it just?
Fail is falling, yeah, and so he's donezo if he falls. But you can spend bennies on him.
Okay, I can? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Vortesk got a 3, so I'm going to spend a Benny on him.
Okay.
And then he got a 1, and we're going to spend 1 more Benny on him.
All right.
So I'm spending 2 bennies on him total. And another 1.
Jeez. Oh, man. You're going to spend another benny?
I don't really want to, but I want Vortesk to make it across. Wow. Okay. How many do I have left then? I have.
If you spend
5,
1, then you have 4
5
left.
left.
You've got 5 left now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do 1 more. Come on. Why can't they get a wild die? That'd be nice. And he got a 2.
Jeez. Oh, that's the worst.
So Vortesk is he's easing out there 1 step at a time. Apparently he's scared of heights, and he just didn't tell anyone this before they got going. And he kind of closes his eye at one point and can't go, and says, "I can't go. No, I can't go." And Jan says, "Come on, just a little further. You're almost there." And
Brother Ash behind him was like, "Come on, there's no sense stopping. Just keep going."
And so he takes a big breath, takes 2 more steps, and when he does, he hits a wet patch, and his foot flies out. And he's holding onto the rope for a second, and he kind of looks across at Jan and says, "Sorry, brother," and he falls.
Oh, no. Drifting through the air. That was a nice eulogy, though, so I'll give you a benny for that one.
So who wants to try that next?
Yo.
Warren, you're going for it?
Yeah. But first off, I'm going to take the 2 antler knives that I've got,
Mm-hmm.
kind of wrap them up in my boots to give me a little bit more grip on the rocks.
Like impromptu.
Like
what would
MacGyvering something.
Yeah, yeah. Ah, okay. So that's your MacGyver thing. That's perfect. So I'll give you a +1 to your climb.
So, it says I suffer no negatives penalties on trait rolls for lack of equipment. So I guess, would it be a +1, or would I just not have to deal with the fact that it's a minus whatever it is?
So the -4 was negated by the rope that Jan left behind. And then if you're unskilled, then it's a D4 -2, but with your +1, then it will only be -1.
Okay, D4 -1. Yay, what am I going for here?
You just need a 4.
3 + 1 is a 4. Oh, 6. Exploded. Hold on.
6, nice, okay.
11.
11, okay, so you
My wild die.
you kind of embarrass Sportusk after the fact with how much more easily you're able to get across this thing. And maybe it's just the fear, you know, the fear doesn't get a hold of you or something, but you make it across.
I'm just overconfident as shit.
That's also fair. Yeah, so then you just make it across and you join Jan on the other side. Are you gonna roll for your people to go across as well? Iron Ladle, I guess, is your only one.
No, I've got the class assist too.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And they're D6s and everything, or they're untrained in everything?
They have, oh man, I guess, man. Let's say that errant has a D4 in everything, and the classicist has a D6 in everything.
Okay, I'm going to roll for the class assist first.
Okay.
4.
4, that is a success.
Another 4.
All right, that is also a success.
Hold on. 5.
5, okay. Yeah, then you guys, they make it across as well. So they kind of huddle over on this other side, and there's a little bit of an expansion on the ledge where you're all able to fit together.
Can the class assist perform ancestor rites without the body?
Sure.
I guess I'll start doing that.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a D8 spirit or a D8 smarts roll, and then Bress, you want to give me a check for you and your folks to get across?
15 for a spirit roll.
15. Gotcha. Yeah, then it's a pretty moving benediction. He talks about how great this boar tusk was and how he kept you all spirited with his stories on the road, and it's just too bad that such a talent as his is gone from the world.
Hey, Brass, are you strong enough to just throw the elf over?
The elf?
We could just, or the pagan. We could just tie him onto the end and just pull him with us at the end.
Oh God. I forgot he's being dragged along. Oh man, okay.
He's probably gonna get killed by the thicket as we drag him through it.
Oh man. Well, you guys can.
Thorns here, thorns there.
Guide him through, maybe. We'll see.
Oh, I'm sure we could guide him through. The question is, will we?
Alright, so to do this, it's a climbing, so it's a D4 -6 for me.
That's correct. Wait, D4 -6? No, the -4 is negated because of Jan's rope that he's leaving behind.
Okay, so it's just D4 -2.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And I have minis.
Good. You might need them.
Yeah, I'm going to use a mini.
Okay.
So 8, so 6.
6 total? All right, well, that is a success, so you managed to make it across. Do you want to roll for your folks now?
Yeah.
You've got 5 of them. And 2 of them will roll D4s, one of them will roll a D4 at the town guard, and then the 4 sentinels will all roll D6s.
Alright, so the guard will go first. And they're at a -2, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Guard's dead.
Oh man. This other guard, it's just slick. So whoa no! Falls off into the abyss. And Brother Ash shrugs his shoulders and gets ready for another last rites.
Were we smart enough to pay them when they got back to town, or did we pay them first?
You paid him first.
One of the sentinels is also dead.
One of the sentinels is dead too? That's so sad.
Jimmy!
Jimmy! Yimmy, I guess it would be.
There we go.
Anyone
One
else
of them
make
makes
it
it
yet?
with a 6.
What? Sorry, what was that?
One of them makes it with a 6.
Okay, great. Are the other 3 dead? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
So that was just the first one to make it. Well, one more's dead.
Oh no.
They essentially have to max these out to make it.
Oh god.
That was my problem.
You can spend bennies on them too, just so you know.
Okay. Well, if this next one almost dies, I'll probably do something.
Okay.
Oh, no. Explode.
Nice.
Do we want to let Jan use a Benny on Bortusk then?
Oh, I spent 3 bennies on him.
He tried.
It still says 5 on your sheet, so that's what I was asking.
Oh, on your overlay.
Yeah, because I had 7 and I used 3 and he gave me back 1. So
I count 5 on my end too, so that's fine.
So the last one made it.
Last one made it? Okay, so just 2 of them are dead then. Okay, and then that is everyone across, so we can move forward. Is it?
did our Classicus make it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he made it to the other side. Okay, so you guys are moving on.
What about the elf? Or not the elf, god damn it. The
pagan.
The pagan.
You know...
We dragged him. Like, he might have fallen off, but we all...
I mean, is
all
Dress strong
followed.
enough to just carry him over with everything else? I guess not.
It would have had encumbrance penalties, but that's only really for like I think it's like toughness scores or something like that. So I'm fine saying that he dragged him across. I don't think we need to do another check for it.
Excellent.
Cool.
So, who made it?
So Bortusk is dead. Both of the town guards are dead, and then 2 sentinels are dead. So now it's the 3 of you, the classicist, 2 sentinels, and the errant chef.
All right.
So
I
what I'm
imagine he
hearing,
like put his ladle around the rope and held onto it like that. So
what I am hearing is the important people made it across.
Basically, yeah, the cannon fodder is turning out to be true to its word.
poor Bortusk.
Poor Bortusk. He had a name and everything.
You had more bennies you could have spent. It's your fault.
Yeah, but I don't want Jan the way to go. The same as Bortusk later.
That is also a fair point. Okay, so you guys start to move along toward the thicket, although you notice that, again, time is just so slippery here. You swear it didn't take more than 30 minutes to traverse this waterfall, but somehow, like, the sun has moved even more, and it's even starting to get into evening at this point. Like, it's very early evening, but it's starting to happen, and, like, your stomachs are growling. It'll be time to eat or, you know, shoulder on here in just a little while.
Sucking on salt doesn't help.
Sucking on salt?
We have lots of salt.
Oh, right. No, you're absolutely right. God, that food.
We also have food for a week and a chef.
That's true.
Why would we suck on salt?
And you may also have hearth bread left over from previous sessions. I don't know.
I don't know. Can I do a survival check to see if there's like any small game that runs by that I can add?
Runs
Or I
by the
can,
waterfall of death.
You know,
Yeah,
I don't
no.
even think you have to do a check for that. I think the survival skill allows you to provide for people. But let me double check that.
well, in that case, I will say as I was going by, a fish fell down the waterfall and I grabbed it as.
Jan, son of Jan, making it look easy for way too long. Okay, so
And
you
so,
make one roll per day, and a successful roll finds sustenance for one person. A raise on the roll finds food and water for 5 adults.
I got a 7. I'm fed.
So you got your fish for the night. Good job. Okay, so you guys start to move into this thicket again, and this thicket is not as harsh as the first one was. You can tell, like you're on the interior of the wilderness now, and it's not so much that it wants to keep you from getting inside, as it wants to just kind of lull you into a false sense of security, maybe. And you're moving along, and it's kind of working, guys. I need you to make spirit checks for me at -4.
Jesus Christio. Benny.
All right.
Ooh.
I spent a Benny and still failed. So
Okay.
Who's on minus what?
-4.
12.
12? Wow.
My wild die exploded twice.
I got a 0 twice, so it was fun.
Dang. And Bress, what about you?
A 5.
A 5? That's still a success. So, Jan,
Anyway, I used 2 bennies.
you used 2 bennies. Okay, I'll take one more off of there. So I've got 4 total for you right now?
I've got 3, but
3, okay. We'll do one more then. Okay, so Jan, your stomach's rumbling. Before you get into this thicket, it's not super dense. You might be able to find a space to make lunch here. And you know what? The thicket is actually oddly beautiful. You don't see much of a reason to move on from this spot. You other guys, you just kind of feel exposed out here. So it's not necessarily that you fear staying out in the open, but it's not your first impulse.
Well, Jan sits down and says, "Well, I'm hungry," and starts to build a fire to cook his fish. And you guys can make him go on if you want.
I kind of walk over and put my hand on Bress's shoulder, or on Jan's shoulder, and just be like, "Not here, friend, not here."
Well, Jan is stubborn, and he's going to say, "Well, what's wrong with this place?"
Death.
Jan's response?
Bress just looks at him very seriously and just goes, "Death."
eh.
Well, I mean, Jan's still sitting. I mean, he might follow you guys.
You don't want to eat in the middle of the thicket. Come on. This is ridiculous.
What's to be scared of?
Who's scared of anything? This isn't civilized.
I need to properly mourn more Tusk.
Mourn them back in town after we've, won.
How enamored am I of staying in this spot?
I mean, to the limits of your stubborn hindrance. You've already earned a Benny for this, so you can stop if you want to. It's not like you're impossible to convince. You just feel really good.
I mean, like, I'm staying here until everyone else leaves. Like, there's no one making me go yes. So.
Okay, so do you guys just want to press on without him? How do you feel about it?
I'm
Like,
loyal to my girlfriends.
I mean, Jan will follow, or, I mean, if Bress, picks him up and takes him, which I think Bress can do.
That's what I thought about. I thought about just picking him up and going.
You can do that.
So I'll just kind of pick him up and be like, "We are moving now." And then I look down and I'm like, "You can come too, bud."
Okay, Jan's placated by that since he talked him out too.
Okay, gotcha. I was going to say, would you resist when he tries to pick you up, but it sounds like you would not. Whoa. You head into this thicket.
Well, I mean, Jan grumbles about it.
Sure. So this thicket is going to be another dramatic task to try and forge your way through, but this one, because it's not as harsh, is just a vigor check. There's no -2 penalty, but it is still 3 rounds. And Jan, you'll be able to make survival checks to look at different pathways you could take.
Okay, he's looking for a good spot to eat.
Okay.
You know, we just left a good spot to eat down by the waterfall. I mean, why didn't you want to eat there?
I didn't have a fish at that time.
Yeah, you did.
It wasn't until after the waterfall that I got the fish.
Yeah, but we were still in a clearing. Yeah,
Oh,
you had your fish.
I got a 6.
You got a 6 on your survival check?
Yes.
Okay, so that is one success. You notice that there are 2 paths you could take. One of them is off to your right, and the other one is up ahead of you.
Well, do neither of them look like it takes another climbing?
The one
I don't
up
think
ahead of you.
I don't think we can survive another climbing escapade.
No, the next one's going to be a swimming check.
It looks like one of them goes. They both go off into more thicket, but the one ahead of you is like denser thicket, whereas the one to the right it just feels right to you.
It feels right.
Yeah, you can't explain it, but you really want to just get into this thicket. Like it's a desire to explore in here.
Well, Mutt ran off that way, and so Jan follows.
Okay. And Bress,
And
what are you
yelling,
doing?
saying, "Hey, come back here!"
Does anybody else have survival? Or Brest, you have knowledge wilderness, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you make a knowledge wilderness check for me?
6.
A 6? Okay. You feel like you're getting pretty close to the heart of the wilderness, and you can't say for certain. You're no hunter, but you're pretty sure the wilderness is actually ahead of you, not to the right where Jan is going. Maybe he saw something you don't, but there's enough to put a doubt in your head.
I'll just call out and be like, Jan, I don't think we should go that way.
Well, I got to get Mutt.
I mean, he's a pretty good dog. I'm just calling back.
I'll whistle. So I whistle. Does he come back? You're confusing me. So I feel like this is the right way, though.
You do feel like this is the right way. Brest does not. So Mutt kind of like gambles forward a little bit, but then he stops and he looks back over his shoulder and he's like, ha, 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 and he's not moving, but he hasn't moved any further away either.
Jan says, I think it's this way.
And Mutt cocks his head. Woo.
Yeah, Mutt's sure it's this way.
Then I will follow your intuition this time.
Okay, all right. So this will be that dramatic task. So who wants to do these vigor checks? They're not at a minus. They're just straight vigor checks.
I mean, I still have a D6. Does anybody else want to do them?
I have a D4 vigor.
I guess they have a good chance of exploding.
I was going to say those are easy to explode, but...
Yeah.
I don't trust my D4s after Vortusk met his fate. So.
Right.
That's fair.
I can do this.
All right.
Well, one of them exploded. So 8.
8. Okay. Yeah. So you managed to push right through there. That's 2 successes. You're already doing really well, making your way down here. And then, Jan, why don't you make another survival check for me? Because there are a couple of ways you can go at this point.
And these are working so well, huh? 8.
8? Okay, yeah. So you are going along, and you see that, like, there's the path that you're already following along, pretty much straight ahead. But there's also a slight branch to the left, and taking this branch to the left is going to it's going to lead into more thicket still, but man, you think that this is the thicket that you were supposed to be headed towards, off to the left here, not the stuff that was just straight on the path, like a straight line. Mutt's silly for trying to go down that path.
Then I catch up to Mutt and I grab him by the scruff and I kind of look to the left and I say, no, it's this way. And I am physically dragging the dog along I don't know if you can imagine what that would look like.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
hopefully you can, because this is theater of the mind.
So wait a second. What was that, Bress?
I said it maybe looks like you just developed a really bad limp.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So you're going to drag him along this other direction. So Bress, give me another one of these I guess you can do a knowledge wilderness check for the bonus, and then you can do your dramatic task.
Got a 3 on that knowledge, so.
Oh, so no dice. It'll still be the standard roll.
I'm gonna use a Betty.
Okay. That takes you down to 3 by my count.
There we go. Ooh. 14.
Holy crap. So that's a success with 2 raises. So you are currently at 5. So, I mean, it's an understatement to say that this thicket is easier to navigate than the stuff that was on the border of the wilderness. Like, it is no problem. It's almost parting in front of you, beckoning you to come into it, right? It's just silly how easily you're traveling through this stuff. At this point, there is no branch in the path. It's all going down this one direction. But let's do a final final vigor check to be able to navigate through here. And you can, of course, use your knowledge wilderness again too.
Jan will let go of Mutt.
Okay.
Yeah. And he'll also draw his bow at this time.
Okay.
I got a 6 from knowledge wilderness.
A 6 from knowledge wilderness. Okay, so you'll get your +2 to the vigor check.
Good, because that'll make it a 4.
Haha, wonderful. Okay, so yeah, you managed to succeed. You get your 5th success. Let me actually draw. All of them are successes, so it won't matter. But just for the sake of burning through cards, I'll do this.
Wasn't it a 6th success?
Was it? I thought he had
You said he had
2 the first time, then 2 the
3.
second time. 3.
3 the second time.
Because he had a success with 2 raises. That's the thing that always gets me. Like, your total number of successes is raises plus normal successes. Anyway, yeah, 6 total. So you managed to make it through this actually in half time. You felt like you were making really good time when you did this. And the rounds, just for posterity, a diamond, no problem. A club, so that second time, whenever you were at the crossroads there, was pretty leery. And then a spade, so no worries there either. Okay, so you guys are moving along, and again, you start to feel like the thicket is clearing out a little bit. You feel like you spent probably, it was actually kind of tough. You spent about, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour trying to make it through this brush. It was just really tough. And then you come out onto this clearing, and like I said, when you went into this thicket, it was early evening, and 45 minutes passed, but you get out, and the sun has almost set. You're on this ridge line up above this area of wilderness, and you can just see trees stretching out for all directions, all the way to the horizon. In the distance, you can see High Hall perched up in the mountains, but it's much further away than you expected it to be. You did not think you'd be traveling this far away from the city to find this stuff. And like I said, it is sunset, and this sunset is gorgeous. You've never seen the sunlight bleed into the surrounding sky like this. There are purples, there are pinks, there are these really deep blues that are coming on the horizon as night is starting to come in here. You can even see, almost against all logic, a surprisingly high amount of stars that are twinkling up above. You know, it's just a magical sunset, right? And I need you all to make spirit checks for me, please. And this will be at a -4.
You're making it hard to get a 4 if you make us everyone subtract 4 all the time.
Welcome to the wilderness, Jan. So Bress got a 4. Is that with the -4 factored in? Okay.
Yeah, I got 8.
Okay. And Warren, what about you?
14 with the -4.
Holy crap, okay. And Jan.
I mean, I did need a D8 for some stuff that I'm going to be working on in Spirit, so...
Ah, so you've already got a pretty high score there.
Mhm.
And then Jan, what did you get?
I swim many and I've still failed.
Okay, so you get out under this ridge, and these guys convinced you earlier that it wasn't the right time to eat. But you know what? As far
I'm
as you
hungry.
know, you have lost 3 hours additionally from the time when you were already hungry. Now is the time for you to eat a meal. And in fact, you know that it's not a good idea to move around after dark in the Blackwood, so it just makes sense to stay here anyway.
Yeah, so I start a fire to cook my fish. I'm not even talking to anyone else anymore. I'm just doing it.
Jan's hangry. How do you guys react to this?
Has his fish gone off by now from being, out of water and dead for half a day without any, preservatives or refrigeration?
I don't know what you're talking about. I packed it in salt.
So, Warren, that was a nice thought, the preservative thing. So I'll give you a Benny for that. And Jan, that was the perfect answer. So you get a Benny as well. Okay, so I would say that his fish looks none the worse for wear. It's a little dried out.
It's a little flavored.
Yeah, the salt is a little less good than it was beforehand, but the fish is edible.
Might be a little salty.
Just a touch.
If only we were still by the waterfall and you could get water to wash it down with.
Iron Ladle kind of comes over and he looks at this fish and he's like,
Jan says it's called a salt crust.
salt crust. Gross. Bress, what's your reaction to all this stuff going on?
My main concern right now is my main concern right now is nightfall. So I don't really pay any mind to him starting a fire and cooking that fish. Most of my attention is elsewhere into the wilderness.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you feel the lack of protection of the ancestors in this place. You've got that portable ancestor shrine, and you think that if you're worried about nightfall and you're looking at the wilderness, you're probably thinking about setting that up. And Jan, why don't you... No, you've got survival. You cook this fish just fine. You don't need to make a roll for that. Iron Ladle kind of looks over at Warren, and he says, well, should we just make camp?
Yes. Well, what did I get from the results from my spirit roll?
Sorry, what was your spirit roll?
14.
14, yeah. So basically, you don't really understand why Jan's so hungry. You don't understand why he's so insistent that now is the place when we have to stop. Like, this is out on a ridge line. I guess it's relatively safe compared to being in a thicket, but you do feel more exposed out here. It's just a weird deal.
I might feel more exposed out here, but we'll be fine.
Yeah, totally. You'll be fine. Okay.
We might need to take some precautions, but we'll be okay. We're gonna set up the ancestor shrine. We're gonna have dinner, and we're gonna make sure we've got guards standing watch.
Good. Yeah. So the Sentinels, they volunteered to take on guard duty, and the Classicist, he is moving around the perimeter, scattering salt around the edge of the camp.
There's a fish scale occasionally in that.
In this, yeah, he'll sprinkle stuff, and then he's like, oh.
Oh, and what happened to the pagan?
The pagan is there, and the pagan is actually starting to wake up. The pagan
We can
is
fix that.
being roused from his slumber.
When Jan sees that, he says, I'm not sharing.
Okay, yeah, the pagan starts to wake up and says some things in his own language. Oota. I think Bress does have Intimidate, actually.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, you guys make camp. Bress, why don't you make a spirit roll for me really quick? It'll be at a -2, but this will be to set up and hallow the Ancestor Shrine.
I thought the classicist was doing that.
Classicist is going around the perimeter scattering salt.
Got it.
C4 exploded, so 604.
You said it was a what?
It was a 6, so 4.
Okay, 4 total. Gotcha. Yeah, then you manage to sit there and you remember a parable from the Book of Classics that you had when you were a kid. You turn to the page and you look at the picture. It's a picture of a man who is sitting on the ground, and he's looking up, and there's this kind of ghostly apparition standing over him, and his hands are held forward in ghostly benevolence. And you don't know what the words, like you can't read the words, but you know that they say, this is how one properly pays homage to the ancestors. They cite their deeds, and they talk about the shared connection between the two of them, and the ancestor grants his or her blessing over the individual. And you know that doing that long enough will do it for the entire camp too. So you are sitting there doing that with the ancestor shrine. Warren, are you helping the chef make dinner, or are you doing anything else?
Could I set up set up like tripwires around the edge of the camp so that we could hear somebody, like just so we'll hear a snap or something, that'll like through like engineering or whatnot?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask what you think you should roll, but engineering is perfect. Go ahead and give that a try.
And again, it's just to alert us that somebody's coming, not to try and do any damage or anything like that.
Sure, yeah, just an alarm.
Let me know when I'm not hangry anymore.
Well, let me tell you, you devour the crap out of that fish.
My
13.
shoes on the bone.
You got a 13, Warren?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then you managed to set up a pretty nice alarm system. You think that it's almost universally covered. It's set out a little ways away from the salt perimeter, because from what you understand about these salt perimeters, anything that would be attacking you wouldn't be able to get past that thing anyway if it's like a real magical threat. And so you do set up plenty of alarms out there. What kind of noise do you imagine they would make? Or is it like a twig snapping, or what?
I think a twig snapping is going to be the best option.
Okay.
Given what's available.
Something else, in some places you might have set up some loose rocks or something, because you do notice that the terrain on this ridge is not like a bare rock face. It's a lot of gravel and stuff like that.
Then that works well too, just a combination.
Cool. All right.
I guess we'll do, on the north side of the camp we'll do one, on the south side we'll do the other.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, because the ridge doesn't really allow for much travel to the sides. It's mostly in and out one way or another. It would be pretty difficult for things to make it up the side anyway. It's not like it's impossible. Okay, then. So, you guys set up camp for the night. Jan, you eat your fish. You enjoy it. You're no longer hangry.
In that case, can he look around to see if he sees any tracks in the area?
Yeah, go ahead and make... do you have tracking as a skill?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead and give me that tracking skill. And the errant iron ladle, he makes a nice dinner. He pulls out some salted boar, and he even has like a couple flagons of mead that he brought along, so you guys can enjoy some of that if you'd like.
Oh, thank God.
It's better than the tainted water in this place anyway.
You got 11.
You got an 11? Yeah, you managed to find lots of animal tracks. You do also manage to find some human footprints that are not, like, they're barefoot. They're not people that are traveling along with you, but they definitely crossed the path by which you came in a little while ago.
Can I say that he had told Warren while Warren was setting up, like, the perimeter alarm type thing, so if these are like on a common path, we can put that there to see if someone's coming along that path?
Sure. Yeah. And it looks like these are actually pretty old, like they were several hours old, so they might even predate the time when Warren set up the traps. Like it might have been right as soon as you guys were arriving in this area.
Who knows? Time is messy. They could have left right before we got here. They could have been here 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know what I mean though? Like if it looks like a common path that people use all the time, or is it just random?
Oh yeah. No such thing in this wilderness. There is no such thing as a common path. Like these these tracks are conspicuous, is what I'm saying. They don't look like.
It's not like a deer path or something.
Right. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, he at least gives Warren the information.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. And actually, again, it seemed like it took you guys forever to set up your camp, but the sun almost didn't move on the horizon. Like, especially at sunset, it seems like the sun speeds up most of the time, but this time it just kind of hung there for a long time until you finally managed to set up the last tent and you were all gathered around the fire, and then the last ray of the sun disappears over the horizon over there. And at this point, the pagan kind of rustles and Malodingo, voila.
We're going to have to gag him. He's going to prevent us from getting a good night's sleep.
Did we not gag him?
He was unconscious. There was no point.
Yeah. Good point.
Jan, you can make a smarts check at -2 to see if you can hear or understand what this is saying. As a hunter, it would make sense if you spoke pagan. And anyone can do the same for the classicus too, Brother Ash.
I'm kind of freaked out. I'm kind of freaked out. There's 2 Kyles at the moment. Okay, but make a smarts check.
Did you get kicked out earlier?
I just got kicked out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed that your screen froze up, but now it shows both of you, like 2 of you down at the bottom. It's weird.
Okay. Making a smarts check, you said, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
7.
7. Okay. Yeah. Then you definitely understand. And it wasn't a -2, right? You subtracted that.
Then it's a 5.
Okay. That's still a success. So you do manage to make out a lot of what the guy's saying. He's
mostly
surprised.
the expletives.
Yeah. The expletives are most of what you picked up. Woodfolk like to cuss with pagan words. But yeah, you make out that he is surprised that he's with you, and he demands to be released, and that you catch in particular, Thicketbeard will save me.
Then I'll tell him I'm not worried about Brush Stash, and if you don't stop moving, Mutt'll sit on you.
He looks at you and he says, "You have Mutt? What is Mutt?" And he looks around really scared.
Kyle's dead again.
Yeah, Jan says, you should be scared of Mutt. And to Jan, Mutt's like standing right in front of the pagan, growling really loud, hackles up.
Okay. Yeah, the guy is totally oblivious. He says, what do you do with me? Let me go.
Ha! Ha! That's not happening.
Well, Jan says, well, we're trying to find Brush Stash. Do you know where he is?
Brush Stash. He looks at Warren after Warren makes the remark, and then he looks at Jan, and he says, "City man, village man, you bad men. Thicketbeard find you. Thicketbeard end you."
That may be true. It's not. But we'll humor you for a second. But know this: you're gonna die either way.
Oh.
If Thicketbeard kills us, I'm gonna make sure you go first.
Die for Thicketbeard. No problem. Die with gladness.
Okay. If I did entangle now, it's not like a fight. I just want to see restrain him there and see if that would scare him.
Yes. You could do it. I guess you could do it non-lethally, which would just be a -1 to the roll.
Well, it's non-lethal anyway.
That's fair. Yeah, then go ahead.
Okay. So he's talking about Thicketbeard fighting us tonight, and I'll say, well, we'll see who has the stronger vines, and we shall see. Hold on. This could fail.
Got the stronger thickets.
I'm going to spend a penny.
Okay.
Just because I want this to work. Come on. Well, it did. Oh, wait. My D4 exploded. It will work.
Here we go.
So I got a 7 minus 1. Well, we can do a minus 2. It's still... And it's just 1. It's 1 person. So a 5. It's not a raise, so he is... Vines come up. So I say that, and I close my eyes, and I think real hard of my ancestors, and different vines. They're roots this time. They're just some roots, gnarly old roots that are out in this area, and they wrap up around this guy and encircle him.
Okay. Yeah, so they like twist around him, and he's trying to get his hands up onto it, like towards his face. He's trying really hard to get him up there, and he's just shouting, "Thicket beard! Thicket beard! You abandon Thicket beard! No!" And at this point, I need everyone to make a notice check, but regardless of whether or not you succeed, you do all hear the snapping of a twig and the crumbling of some gravel off beyond the perimeter of the camp. This notice check will be a visual check, by the way.
11.
So, Jan, 11? Okay.
I also got an 11.
Nice.
16.
16? Holy crap. Okay, so you guys, it seems like the people you've hired to come along with you don't notice this, but you all can see that in addition to the vines coming up and wrapping up around this pagan guy, the paint that's on his face, it's actually like peeling away, and it's not just peeling away, it's actually branches that are sprouting from his face, and like they're still white, but it's like the paint has peeled off of his face. Underneath is just normal skin, but there are now branches that are coming out of his face as like an actual thicket beard on his face. And when that happens, he starts to stop saying words in the common tongue, and instead he's just like, wah, wah, wah. He's really not talking anymore.
I will draw my bow.
I have to silence him.
You're going to silence him, you said?
Knock him back out.
Okay. Give me some damage for that. And then Warren, what's up with you right now?
I am looking over to where it was making noises. And the
Okay.
Do I still need to roll a fighting for that?
Yeah, no, it'll be an automatic hit because he's so restrained. Just roll damage. Warren, actually, hold on for just a second.
Okay.
So you guys, as you're looking over toward the source of the sound, you don't see anything at first, but then you see a movement in the shadows, just in time for a spear to fly out of nowhere and land at your feet, like 2 feet in front of you. And it's a spear that looks identical to the one that pierced the guard way back in the beginning of this wilderness. So
it's not a Wartusk's war spear.
Nope. Sadly not. Bress, what did you get on your roll?
25.
Holy crap. So that's with 4 raises. 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. It's 5 raises.
You did a really bad job of knocking that guy out.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a whack-a-mole type thing. He just
So he is knocked out for another 10 hours. He is donezo, and you know what? That was hitting hard enough that he might not even wake up again. But as soon as the spear lands at Warren's feet, out in the forest, you hear this, yay, and it gets taken up by several voices, and you realize that there are pagans bearing down on your position. At this point, we'll take a quick break, go to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever, and we will resume with combat.
Yes, Jan.
What, Kyle?
Said you did this to us.
I didn't. My rolling did. I wasn't expecting so many spirit things, or I don't know what the deal is. All these -4 modifiers.
Yeah, they're intense.
I mean, why don't we have the -4 modifiers on a skill that I have a D8 in? I can deal with that.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, I am back. We'll wait till everybody else gets back and then we'll get started again.
I'll blame this on me, the situation we were in.
Oh, he did? Because you just had to lead everybody off to this direction.
It's what my survival instincts told me to go.
It's where your
That's fair.
stomach told you to go.
Potato, potato, right?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Maybe we should have done some stealth checks in there. I don't know.
Oh, details. Okay, so are you guys ready to get back at it?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so what we will say, before we start this combat, I'll paint the scene for you a little bit, right? So you are up on a ridgeline. This ridgeline is about 200 feet long, and in your area it's about 20 feet wide. It spreads out to be a considerable deal wider on the ends of the spectrum of this ridge.
So where you're going, how many people can get at us at one time?
I mean, since it's about 20 feet wide, it'd be possible for just about any number of people to surround you, but I think the gang-up bonus is capped at +4 or +5, so just for the sake of ease, I'll say that only 5 people could surround you at a time. So that's what that looks like. You guys have your tent set up in a pretty barren area. It's mostly just dirt and loose gravel. There isn't any like rock slabs or boulders or anything around you. But almost as soon as the perimeter around you ends, there is a lot of brush that starts to spring up. It's grass for about 2 or 3 feet, and then it's just bushes and shrubbery and small trees and all sorts of stuff. All of this grows in intensity until you get up to the ends of this 150, 200-foot stretch of land, and you've got the trees as well. Let me see. Some of these places on this ridge you've noticed as you've been setting up camp have pretty unstable terrain. They might be able to be used as a trap, but you would need to make careful. You'd need to take care to make sure that you don't actually fall prey to it yourself while you're using it. And then the spear landed at your feet, and almost immediately you see down on the ridgeline from the direction that you came, there are 3 pagans that burst out of the treetops and just fly into the air towards you. And they kind of glide down to the ground, and then they hop off the ground again, and they make like an unhuman leap even closer to you. And then behind them, there are more pagans that are jumping out of the trees.
This is why I need a lariat.
A lariat of truth! Anyway.
Or a net.
A net would work too.
Meh.
So let's do some initiative and see what we're going to be doing here. Bress, you first. You got a 7. Jan, you're next. And Jan gets a joker again. Maybe I didn't shuffle these well enough. Warren, you get a 6. And then the bad guys get a joker. Okay. So.
Motherfucker.
So. Let's see here. It is either.
Would we have had time to discuss tactics while we were setting up the tents and everything like that?
Sure, yeah, a general thing. If you wanna like assume a single free action right now to summarize those, that's fine with me.
I was just thinking we'd have the classicist lobbing fire at people. Probably
he can do a cone of fire.
I thought it was a burst.
Well, hold on.
I wrote down burst because that's what you guys said.
Well, that's what it's called, but it's a cone template.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, but still, like in front of you, you'd be able to do some pretty nasty stuff there. It's just not.
I was wondering if
like I was thinking.
If Iron Ladle has any cooking oil on them.
Oh God. He probably brought along like a flagon of fat or something to use with cooking.
So we're gonna have an accelerant too. We're gonna.
Jeez, that's brutal.
So
okay.
We're saving that. The cooking. The accelerant is kind of saved for a Hail Mary.
Okay. Sounds good. So, yeah, and you guys, like I said, just as with the previous encounters, you'll go ahead and control your own extras as you're going along.
I have no extra.
That's
Do you want the classicist or the cook?
I'm not sure you want me rolling for them if I roll like I did for Tusk, but I don't care.
Well, that's true.
You just have 2 each, right? So you guys can handle that probably.
Well, actually, why don't you take the class assist? Because I don't know how spells work that well.
That's fair.
And I don't have any idea about PowerPoints or anything like that.
How many PowerPoints does this guy have?
Let me verify that for you. He is a standard classicist, so he will
He's an elite.
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
he's
I get what you're
an
saying.
elite extra, but he's still just your run-of-the-mill classicist.
I get what you're
So let me turn to the arcane background section of the document. I want to say he's got 15 PowerPoints.
Okay, I will keep track of them as I use them.
Sounds good. Where did they go? Here we go.
And then
10
he's got fire
PowerPoints.
versus
Sorry,
speed.
he's got 10. Okay.
I would prefer the 15.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to replace my picture with this image, which is generally the aesthetic of the pagans. Some of them are wearing masks like that, but all of them have the thicket beard paint on their faces or on their masks one way or another. Okay, so first is Bress, unless Derek wants to go first. Oh, it's gone?
Yeah.
Why? No. Is it back now? No? Well, too bad.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Now.
Great. You know what? You saw what they looked like. Here's the link in the chat window in case you want to pull it up for yourselves. But
So, okay, the theater of the mind here. There's 3 that are leaping through the air.
right, and they're going to be, they're about 60 feet away at this point. They've managed to bound quite a deal closer.
How far away are the ones behind them, and can I see how many there are?
The ones behind him are definitely like 100 feet away, and there look to be more than 3 of them. You can't quite tell at this distance.
Okay, and 1 inch is 5 feet.
That's correct.
Okay, well, I'll wait till these guys, they touch down, and when they do, I think hard of my ancestors again. I need to figure out a better way to describe that. And
Heart of your ancestors, you said?
I think hard about my ancestors once more.
Aha, gotcha.
Sorry. I need to figure out a better way to do that. And I will wish and want, not wish, but force the vines to grab their feet.
Okay.
Hopefully. And it.
Could you do that as they're coming out of the thicket? Like as the group that's coming in, that's 100 feet away or whatever, as they're leaping in, could you try and grab them in the air and just have them held there?
I would like to, but I don't know how far I can do this.
Let's see. Entangle has a range of smarts, so it's whatever your smarts die is times 5.
A D8 times 5, so 40? Oh.
40? Yeah.
I can't do this to anyone then.
Yeah, so this would be around to prepare things, I guess. Or to charge toward them or something.
I mean, I guess I'll wait till they get closer then. I mean,
Okay.
after their turn. Right? Because their turn, they're going to get closer.
Yeah. Tell you what, does anybody want to do anything before they get in within like melee range, or like within range of your weapons at least?
I'm gonna pick up that spear at my feet.
Okay.
So I'm just going to me and the Sentinels move our 30 feet and just try and close the gap.
Okay. Cool. So what I think we'll do is just make these bonus actions before combat actually begins, and we'll keep our cards as we drew them, but now it's actually where people are within range of you being able to hit them. It's just a few moments transpired. So Jan, you said you wanted to cast Entangle, and you want to do it on the ones that are using Leaf Step, or you want to use it on the ones that are closer to the thicket?
How many are there near the thicket? More than 3?
As they got closer, you notice that there are 5 more of them, so there are 8 pagans total that are coming at you. There's a mix of men and women. They all seem nimbler as opposed to mightier.
Well, I'll use it on the majority of them.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm doing this as a burst template, so it's -2, but I get a +2 for a Joker.
Okay.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, well, I got a 7.
But that is a success still, so let's give...
Well,
they need to make agility checks, right?
Right, so I don't know if that's a success.
Ooh, and I did get an explosion, so I got a 12 total.
Oh, then I am spending a penny.
All right.
Ooh, both of them exploded. You got 12? Good grief. I got an 11.
Oh, man, that's so close. That's
I know. How many pennies do I have left?
That says 4 on your sheet.
Well, I just spent one though, so yeah, okay. No one's getting trapped this round.
Okay. So these vines like burst out of the ground around these pagans as they're advancing, and the pagans almost like it's just instinctual. They just all dive in different directions, and they manage to just barely evade the like snapping of these these vines as they come up, and so they continue to press on. They are
I will yell out, "Jan, help me!" because I'm yelling out to my ancestor, Jan.
Wait a second, though, Derek. Did you add in the +2 from your Joker?
I did because otherwise I get a -2 on my roll, so I just.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, sadly then. Okay, so the ones that are using Leaf Step are charging towards you guys, and Bress, you said that you had the Sentinels come up and form a wall with you. Okay, so then front line we've got the two Sentinels and Bress.
Making bookmarks on the other page when I try to read mine.
No problem. So we've got the two Sentinels and Bress on the main line, and then we've got who's in control of the Classicist, and I guess Warren's in charge of the Classicist and the Errant.
Jan is in charge of the Classicist.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Classicist is
going down.
He's up in front too.
Okay.
So
that sounds fine.
I mean, he is surrounded by Sentinels. Like he's between them. Like they are protecting him.
Yeah. And then Warren, what about you and Iron Ladle?
My guess would be we're on the right flank.
On the right flank. Okay. And do you imagine yourself part of the line and you're just on the right end of the line, or are you actually broken off and you're ready to sweep in from the side?
I'm probably broken off and ready to sweep in.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I was hoping to retcon my previous action. Instead of picking up the spear, can I summon my sword?
Absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a roll for that.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I'll say Jan is behind everyone. He's going to be like a shock and awe trooper.
5.
5. Okay. So you do succeed. So you do manage to draw it. But what's the thing with the raise? You just keep it for the entire scene, right?
For the raise, I keep it for longer. We don't know if it, we've kind of been just going with whatever makes sense at that point in time. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, then that's fine. So you managed to...
Do you want me to keep 3 turns? Or
we'll keep 3 turns for now,
okay.
Yeah. So you managed to summon your sword for 3 rounds, and Iron Ladle is right there next to you. He's got his Iron Ladle on one hand, and he's got his kettle on the other hand. It's actually... He meticulously cleans this thing so it doesn't have any food stains or anything like that.
Hopefully he cleans it when he takes it off and cooks in it too. But, we're not going to go there.
Sometimes you might forget.
It was delicious.
It's called flavor. It's called flavor. That's all.
Hair flavor. Okay.
Just so everyone's prepared for this, if I die, I'm playing as Iron Ladle.
Wonderful. All right. So, the errants, there are three of them that are in the vanguard, I guess, and of those three, two of them actually try to leap over the sentinels. So this is going to be an agility check for them, and since they're acrobatic, they get a +2 to their check. So they exploded, got a raise, so that's 12, so that's 14 total. So those two managed to leap over the sentinels, and they're booking it pretty much straight for Jan and Mutt, of course.
Jan says, "You take the left." Come on.
And then the one pagan who is left behind, he goes pretty much straight for the sentinel next to the classicist. He's got his spear, and he's just going to jab it at him. So this is a fighting check, and
Before that, since I'm controlling the classicist,
oh, that's right.
Can I have him jump in as working off my Joker? He doesn't get the +2, I guess, but
No, he gets the +2. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Sorry, but because you did draw a Joker, you can't interrupt turns, so that's fine for you to interrupt mine for this guy.
okay. And then I'm going to cast a burst of fire, and it is a smarts check. I don't know how classicist powers work.
It's a smarts check. Yes.
And he has a D8 smarts.
He
Yes.
does.
I'm going to spin the Benny for him because he rolled a 1.
Okay.
And then he got a 6.
All right. So 6 is a success, and he's casting the fire burst, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And so, as he puts his, we'll see, he sticks his hand out,
Mhm.
and what do they call upon ancestors? No. How do
They
what
do,
classes
yeah. They call upon the ancestors and also the wisdom of the Elder King.
So he says, "May the wisdom of the Elder King force you back. Flame shall keep you away." And he puts his arm out, and flame spreads out, and as it gets further away from him, it gets further spread out. So anyone within that, is there any pagans? How close are the rest of the pagans?
Well, there's one pagan who's right there who's definitely going to be subject to the attack. And then the other ones are charging. They're not really able to turn aside, but two of them are breaking off for Warren and Iron Ladle, and the other three are heading straight for the rest of these people. And so they will make checks, but they're just barely going to catch the end of it. And what this means is that according to the rules, they all make agility rolls. And if they fail, like if their agility result is lower than your casting result, then they suffer 2d10 damage. That counts as a heavy weapon, which is pretty crazy.
What did I say I rolled? Did I roll a 7?
You rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6. It was a 6.
Yeah. So first one got a 6. Ty goes to the defender, so he managed to get away. The one who was getting ready to attack the sentinel saw it coming and managed to duck out of the way, just barely escaped those flames. The other two who were charging in, one of them got a 6, so that passed, and the other one got a 3, which is
A fail.
a
No
fail.
raise.
Yeah, so that one takes 2d10 damage. Why don't you go ahead and roll that for me?
8.
8. Wow, okay. So that one, he is moving along, and the flame gouts out and hits him full on in the chest, and it doesn't stop his momentum or anything, but it does catch his armor on fire, and so he stops where he is. He's shaken now, and he's trying to pat out the flames that are on his chest. Now it is their turn to act, so he's going to make a spirit check to try and get over this. And he got a 2, so he did not succeed.
Doesn't he have a +2 as well?
He does, so that's a 4. He does succeed. So yeah, he manages to pat out the stuff here, and he can go ahead and act. Let's do, first of all...
They get an added +2 on a soak roll? Or a
+2
Joker?
from the Joker.
Because of the Joker.
Well, I thought that was just his action gets a
I thought
+2.
you added on anything.
Everything gets a +2 whenever you... Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. attack damage, everything as
Wait,
far
hold
as
on.
I'm.
So does
as far as
that
I
mean
know.
he would have gotten a +2 on the damage for the fire as well?
He would have.
Well, you said I don't get, or Ash didn't get the Joker. It's just Jan.
Oh,
That is
that's
true.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then these guys. Let's see. One of them manages to recover from being shaken. Another one has just tried to attack one of the Sentinels. The Sentinels have a toughness of 8 because of their armor. And this guy rolled a 2, so he did not hit at all. His spear went wild as he was trying to dodge out of the way of the fire. And then the third one is going to come up and attack Bress, because Bress is the weird-looking one in the group. And so what's your toughness or your parry again?
7.
7? Okay. Yeah, he definitely misses you. He strikes out, and the spear gets turned aside by your wooden forearms. And then there was one who had jumped over, or no, there were two who had jumped over and were going to attack Jan. So they're going to go ahead and attack. And what's your parry, Jan?
My parry is 8.
8? Okay. And they are going to actually just throw their spears as they're in midair coming at you there. So one of them aced. That's 11, 12, 13 for the Joker. And so that's a hit with 1 raise, so they're going to add d6 to their damage. So that'll be 3d6.
Is there an edge that makes you re-roll your... You can use a Benny to make your opponent re-roll?
Oh, man. That would be interesting. I'll have to think about that. Something like a hex. That'd be a cool power or something for a witch. So I got when I rolled my 3d6, I got a 3 on one of them, a 1 on a different one, and then a 6 on the other one. And that 6 turned into a 9 total. So it's 9, 10, 13 total damage. What is your toughness?
6.
6. Oof. So that's a hit.
Well, I'm gonna soak that.
It's a hit with 1 raise, so you're shaken and you have a wound.
Except I'm gonna soak.
Okay, sounds good. So give me that vigor check then.
Do you want to soak, or do you want to have the classicist heal you?
Well, I don't want to be shaken, or I don't want to wound right now, so I'm gonna try to soak.
Okay.
All right. So if you succeed, you're no longer shaken. If you succeed with a raise, you no longer have your wound either.
My 4 exploded and a 3, so I got a 7.
7. So you're no longer shaken, but you do still have your wound.
Really?
So,
I don't. I would think it would get rid of the wound first, but it gets.
I'm pretty sure when you soak damage, it just does the. It's the same as other kinds of healing, but let me double check here. Soak rolls. A success in each raise reduces the number of wounds. Okay, yeah. So then you first actually, can you make a spirit roll for me to recover from being shaken?
That's how that works? I did. Okay. Hold on. I got a 9 for a spirit.
Okay, so then you definitely recover from being shaken, and then your success from the vigor removes your wound. So what happened was that the spear was charging right at you, right? And it was headed straight for your head, and you just managed to dodge out of the way at the last minute.
Can I actually got my bow up in time, and it knocked it to the side.
Ah, perfect, wonderful. Okay.
You got a little bit of shave.
Yeah. I'll give you a penny back for that because that's a nice cinematic move. And then the other guy is going to be throwing his spear at you as well. And so let me give you a roll for that. And that is a miss. I got a 1. So...
Yeah, Mutt grabbed that one in the air, and it just fell.
Yeah, but you know what? It's weird. He actually just helped it on its course, and it did eventually fall because gravity works. So next is the pagans who are attacking Warren and Iron Ladle. So there are 2 of them. Let's do some rolls. They too are going to be throwing their spears rather than attacking at melee range. And the first one gets a 5 and is throwing at Warren. What is your parry, Warren?
9.
9? Okay, so you're good. The other one was attacking...
I thought ranged weapons just rolled for a 4.
I do, you're right. Thank you. So that was a success. Let me roll damage for that then. That's strength plus d6. Oh, the 6 exploded. So 7, 8. What is your toughness?
7.
7? Okay. So they hit you, but you're only shaken. So this spear, like, again, it lands right by your feet, almost adding insult to injury. But this time, instead of being 2 feet in front of you, it's like right between your legs. And then the second spear, like I said, is going to Iron Ladle.
Okay.
So he he didn't even have to move. The spear just like went way wild. It's dark. They can't see very well. And so that missed him. And now that is the end of their turn, so it is Bress's
Do I need to roll
turn.
something to recover from shaken?
You can either spend a Benny right now, or you can make a spirit check on your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Okay. So go ahead, Bress.
Well, Bress is going to attack the one that attacked him.
Show him no mercy.
Got a 3, so I'm going to assume that's a miss.
That is a miss. You're right.
And then for the second fist, the 6 exploded. 11.
11, okay. 11 definitely hits. In fact, that hits with 1 raise, so you can add d6 to your damage against this guy.
Awesome. So damage-wise, ooh, the 6 and the 4 exploded. And then both ones. So there's 15, 16, 17.
17? Wow. Yeah, that's still enough. So they're extras, so they only, yeah, that's a kill. You knock the crap out of this guy. I guess fortune does not favor the bold in this case for him. So, how do you kill this guy?
Just as he takes his spear and he goes to jab it towards me, and I duck just in time to where it glances off one of my attacks, and it kind of pushes that one out of the way, and I miss. But I bring the other one up and over, and just right to the bottom of the chin, and just fly in.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, he like flies off of his feet and just lands on the ground as a shattered hulk of a man. And that's your turn?
Yeah, and then there was one more, right, attacking.
Oh, you've got the 2 sentinels too, yeah.
So the sentinel that got attacked is going to attack him.
Okay.
With 4.
Okay. 4 does not hit.
Okay. And then the other sentinel will attack that one as well.
Okay.
Or, no, that sentinel is going to break off and go to the 2 that are attacking Jan and the classicist.
No, the classicist is up.
in line with you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then he's going to break off and go towards the 2 attacking Jan.
He doesn't need to. I don't really want him to.
Then never mind, it'll attack that one.
All right.
5.
5 does not hit.
That's our turn.
All right, there it is. And Warren, it's up to you now.
What are the rules for ganging up?
Ganging up for every adjacent enemy, or for like if you are trying to gang up on somebody, then for every adjacent ally, you add +1 to your fighting, I believe.
Okay.
Huh. You guys should be ganging up on the one right in front of you then.
So, both Iron Ladle and Warren are going to take 1 step to the right.
Okay.
So they're both facing I'm guessing the guy that was facing Warren.
Yeah, well, the people that attacked you attacked at range, so you would actually have to move up to them.
I was assuming they were still coming in because they were flying in.
Those ones were actually running on the ground. Only the
Okay.
first 3 were using leap step to fly in. And so these guys, I guess they would move on their turn too. So yeah, they managed to close to melee. And when they did close to melee, they threw their javelin, and then they also drew their antler knives.
Okay. And then so we're both going to attack the same guy.
Was there a throw done at a -2? If they did 2 actions?
They didn't draw their hand knives yet then. Thanks for keeping me honest. I'll give you a penny for that.
So they're still unarmed then?
Yes, they have no arms right now.
Would that provide a bonus for attacking them with weapons as well?
It does not.
Okay.
Yeah, their parry is determined just by their fighting score.
Then I'm going to roll for the Iron Ladle first. Yeah, 3 I don't think is going to do anything. Or 4, I guess, because we're getting up.
4 does not hit.
Okay. And for Warren... $10.
10 does hit. In fact, it hits with a raise, so you get to add d6 to your damage.
Okay. Do we roll explosions for damage?
You roll explosions, but you don't roll your wild die.
Okay. $11.
Ooh, 11. Okay, that is also a success with a raise, so you managed to kill that guy. How does it happen, Warren?
Just as I'm stepping to the side, he's running at us. Just take the sword right up through his midsection.
Nice.
Catch him
All
right under the arms. Move around. Prepare for the next one.
Bravo. Okay. So, yeah, that's done and over with. I have shuffled again. I'm going to shuffle one more time for good measure because we did have those jokers. And here we go with round 2 of combat. So, Bress, you have a 3. Jan, you have a 2. Warren, you have an ace. And finally, the bad guys have a king. So it'll be Warren, and then the bad guys, and then Bress, and then Jan.
We're just going to try and repeat what we did last time.
All right.
Move up.
So one of them is dead. There's only one pagan who's at you now.
Yeah, so 3 still probably, or 4 still probably doesn't hit.
4 does not hit, correct.
I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
Do you get to add your +2 for that then?
12.
Ah, for Elan, that's right.
13.
13, holy crap. So 13 definitely hits, and it hits with 1 raise, so you can add plus d6 to your damage.
Explosion.
Nice.
$13.
13 damage? Yeah, that dude's dead. And this was Warren attacking this guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm just going to have it be 1 fluid motion from the last attack. He's just going to spin around and, stab him through the chest.
Nice, all right. And they're both done.
Like a fencing move.
Sure, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I like that. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a Benny for that. That was a nice little touch to the combat there.
Riposte.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that, and it is the bad guy's turn now. So both of them are dead. There are 2 that are attacking Jan, and there's 1 left that's attacking. Well, is there 1 left? Because there should be.
You
I
said
thought
there were
there
more
was
than...
There were 5, and we've
There's
killed
1 at
2.
Bress and the Sentinels.
1 with Bress and the Sentinels, but there should be more than that with them.
It should be
There were
2.
5 total, right?
Yeah, there were 5.
So
Hold on.
there were 3 in front and more than 3 in the back.
2. Okay, so there were 5 in the back. 2 of them broke off for Warren and the other guys, so 3 of them went to Bress and the Sentinels.
And one of them got hammered.
One of them got hammered, but there was also the one guy in the vanguard who stuck with them
There's
too.
still 3 up by us.
Yeah, there's still 3 up by you guys. Thanks for clearing that up. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. One of them is going to run up and attack the classicist. He saw that fire and he said no thanks. So he's going to miss. That classicist's parry is only 4, but this guy rolled a 3. So there you have that. And the second one is going to come up and attack Bress because he looks like a pretty major threat. And he got a 2, so that's not going to work either. The third one is going to run up, and the third one spies that underneath one of the sentinels kind of like toward the edge of the line here, and there's just, not cliff, but definitely steep ground underneath him, and the ground underneath the sentinel is kind of iffy. This is one of those loose gravel traps I mentioned, and so he's going to go up and attack the trap. I'm going to say that the trap has a parry of like 2 because it's the ground. It's hard to miss the ground, but it has a toughness of 6, and so he's going to have to beat 6 to actually be able to activate the trap and see if the sentinel goes sliding away. So first of all, the attack. He got a 3, so he does hit, and then it's strength plus d6, so I'll roll that as well. And like I said, the toughness is 5. And he got a 4, son of a gun.
Did he draw his weapon yet?
He drew his weapon. I'm going to spend a Benny, though, and re-roll that. Nah, can you? I don't think you'd spend a Benny to re-roll damage. Yeah, okay, then I do not, and he does not. So he slides like in on his thigh, and he tries to like jab the spear down into the gravel at the sentinel's feet. But when he does it, the sentinel is able to hold his balance, and the rocks don't actually slip out from underneath him. So that was those 3, and then there are 2 who are going to be attacking Jan, and they're both going.
They need to draw their weapons.
Right, they're drawing their antler knives. Both of them are. And they're going to charge after Jan. So they'll make attacks, but they will be at -2 because of the multi-action penalty. So Jan, what is your parry again? You're not up on my screen right now. 8, gotcha.
8.
Thank you. Man, that's going to be tough to hit you. So I'll drop my die. Okay, let me roll that again. That was an ace, so 9 total. So this one does hit. Let's see here. Strength plus d6. These antler knives. That is 5. What is your toughness?
6.
Whew, okay. So yeah, they come in there and they slash at you a little bit, but it turns out that this fancy new armor of yours is doing the trick. So
Jan laughs in the face of their inadequacy.
Wonderful. All right, and then there are none that are attacking Warren and Iron Ladle, so we are good to go with Bress's turn.
Yeah, I'll attack the one that attacked me. $13.
13, okay. 13 hits. Hits with a raise, so give me some damage.
So that damage. 7.
7? Okay. Yeah, then you manage to penetrate the guy's defenses, but you only give him like it's not a death blow. You manage to like punch him really solid in the chest or something, and it backs him up, and he's like coughing a little bit, but he's not actually injured, just shaken.
So the next hit is going towards him as well.
All right, dude's gonna die.
8.
8 hits.
Four exploded again.
Wow. And this is the damage, right?
Yeah. 2. So 12, 14, 25, 23, 23.
23. Oh, yeah. So he stumbles backwards and he's like, "Huh, ah," and he looks like he's really angry, but then he realizes, oh crap, my heart. And he starts having a heart attack as you are giving him this death blow. What's it look like?
So when I get that first one, it kind of pushes him back. And I just use that to my advantage and just push myself forward and just right into his chest, right to the ground.
Oh my god. Okay, so when you do that, you hear this sickening crunch of ribs underneath your blow, and he falls backwards, and he's just like, oh, and he falls to the ground, gurgles his last. So that's one more down. Now it is Don's turn.
Sentinels.
Oh, sorry, what?
The Sentinels.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead and attack with them too.
Alright, so...
One of them has a pagan at his feet, and the other one has a pagan
over
next
by
to the classicist.
Well, the one that had the pagan by his feet now notices that he's standing on some type of awful thing.
Okay.
So he's going to skirt around to the one at the pagan, or at the classicist.
Okay.
And try and attack it.
And he'll get a +2 for the gang up bonus. I forgot to award that for the others, but oh well.
With 5.
5, and that's with the...
2. Yeah.
Okay. That does not hit, but just barely.
Alright. And then the other sentinel will go to the one that was at the sentinel that moves the...
Okay. Yeah, the one who's still on the ground by that gravel.
Yeah.
Okay.
For 6.
6, okay. That does just barely not hit. His parry is 6, so...
Alright.
Actually, wait. He would be considered prone because he slid in on his thigh. And if you're prone, I'm pretty sure you have a -2 to your parry. Let me double check here. Prone. -2 fighting and -2 parry. Yeah. So that hits him then. It hits him by a little bit.
Awesome. And the swords are a d6 damage, right?
Falchions are actually d8, or strength plus d8, I believe. Let me double check.
D6 +2.
Oh, you have a falchion. That's right. D6, strength plus d6 plus 2.
Okay. So 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay, so the sentinel managed just to slash down, cut through his hide armor, and the guy kind of like grabs his shoulder, but he's still in the fight. So next round.
It's my turn.
Oh God, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
What other pagans are up near the Sentinels and the Classicists and Breast?
So as of right now, there are the 2 that are attacking you, and then there's one that just got attacked who's on like a gravel trap, and then there's one who tried to attack the Classicist and is currently being ganged up on by the 2 Sentinels, and the Classicist is free to act.
Okay, are they out of a cone if I shoot fire at this pagan?
You could definitely maneuver to such a place where they would be. Yeah.
Okay, so he does that, and he's kind of scared because he got attacked the last time, and it unnerved him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he takes faith in knowing that the Sentinels, the guardians of the Elder King's Way, are protecting him, and so he stands back up and...
He also survived the trumpet boar.
It's true. Hey, you get a benefit back.
Hey, that's good because I didn't remember that at all. And I forgot he's kind of a woodsy classicist anyway. So he stands back up, arm outstretched again, and invokes the Elder King, and says, "Fire shall cleanse you."
All right, I like that. I'll give you a Benny for that too. That was nice narration.
And it's an 8, right?
It is an 8, yeah. And I need to make Wait, what do you mean it's an 8?
It's a D8 roll for him.
Yeah.
Sorry. How many minis do I have? 6?
I count 4.
Oh. Alright. I have 9.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since you updated, I think.
He got a 6.
6, okay. Yeah, so that...
No, this guy, you need to roll an agility.
Oh, agility, thank you. And it's a +2 for us. Oh,
Why is it a +2 for you?
because we're acrobatic. So we get +2 agility rolls. Yeah.
Right.
So I got a 1, and so that's
Ooh.
only 3, which means you hit this guy for 2d10 damage.
Perfect. 14.
14. Wow, yeah. This thing, like, you hear him, the fire washes over him, and he's like, ah! Ah!
I would say he was kind of distracted by the sentinels, and he turned around when the classicist invoked the Elder King, and right in his face. Right in his face.
Oh, man. So it's not even so much that he's engulfed by flame, he's just like, ah! And it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark or something.
So, that was the Ashes move.
Right, now it's time for Jan, son of Jan.
Jan, son of Jan, is going to make 2 actions.
All right.
And so first he's going to leap backwards and hopefully high into the air.
Yeah, give me that agility check.
7.
7? And you're going to be doing another action in addition to this, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's -2, but you do get the +2 for acrobatics, too.
That's why it's a 7.
Okay. All right, then. So, and you already subtracted the multi-action penalty?
Right, so it's a 7 total.
Gotcha.
So I leap.
7 plus 2 minus 2.
Okay, so I leap high into the air, and as I do that, I already had my bow drawn, so I shoot down at one of these pagans.
Nice. Okay, give me an attack then. It's only a 4 that you need to get, but it is at that -2.
Right. I'm going to spin the Benny.
Okay.
Ooh, they both exploded. That's fun when that happens.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so 15.
Oh, God, yeah. You definitely kill one of these guys. Go ahead and tell me how it happens.
Well, that's not damage. That's just an attack.
Oh, that's a hit? Then you hit with a raise, so you can roll an additional d6.
Well, hold on. That's 15, so that's more than 1 raise, right?
Well, yeah, but with raises on attacks, you only ever add a max of 1d6 damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Too
I
bad.
wish it were different, but it is not, unfortunately.
Okay. But that's okay, because 12 damage.
Whew. Yeah, that definitely kills him, so what goes on?
So Jan leaps high into the air, similar to how they came flying in, and sort of just shoots straight down on top of this guy, and as he looks up, the arrow enters his mouth and out the back of his skull.
Oh, jeez.
And he just kind of drops.
God, that's brutal. All right.
So I will end my turn up in the air, and I've got this for 2 more rounds.
Okay, sounds good. And obviously you'll land on the next round, but you can jump back up again with the leaf stack power after that.
Right.
Okay, so initiative for the next round. Bress, you've got a 7. Jan, you've got a jack. Warren, you have a 3. And the bad guys have a 2. So this could be a mop-up round. There are 3 enemies left. There's one facing Jan. There's one on his side. And is there? Yeah, there's one more fighting the sentinels and the classicist. Oh,
there
wait a
maybe
second.
just
No,
two?
there are only two left. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
forgot to tally off Jan's kill just now.
He,
So yeah, just the one who's still on the gravel trap and the one who is also
facing
pregnant.
Jan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I go first though?
You do.
Okay, so Jan let loose his arrow and quickly grabbed another one as he's starting to fall down, but shoots again.
Nice.
And I got a 7.
7 hits. Not with
It's
a
just-
raise, but it hits.
Right. And I think it's a 5. We're going to go with a 5 because my other d6 rolled near my other d6, and one was a 1, one was a 2, so we'll go with the 1. So 5
right.
damage.
5 damage total.
Yeah.
That is not enough to hurt him. So you shoot the arrow at him, and it like goes through his hide armor, but it misses his actual body.
Okay. I will land right in front of him, but then immediately jump off and back towards the Classicus and Bress.
Okay,
And
that's just considered normal movement, so it's not like you have to make another check.
Right, and as I do that, he kind of turns and follows me, and as he does, he sees the Classicus standing, arm outstretched.
Oh God. My. I think he's probably within range to do some of that there fire burst too. So show me what you got.
Oh, okay. It's starting to fall off my table and wasn't really on a number. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna spend a Benny.
Okay.
That was a 4. And I got a 7.
A 7. That does hit.
But you have to roll an agility.
Oh God, sorry. Thank you. So I got a 5 total.
Right. Do you add 2?
For what? Oh, for the agility. Yeah. I added that.
Okay. So it hits.
It does. So give me 2d10.
So once more, the Elder King shall cleanse. And 14.
14 hits and kills. So this guy, he's far enough away that it definitely, the fire just engulfs all of his body. And Jan, you said you were right behind him?
Well, I jumped over him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
and so I landed in front of him, jumped over him, and he turned. And so I'm up in the air above the flames.
Yeah, that's awesome. And the dude's like, and he's flailing around trying to get this fire out, and he like goes to the edge, and he slips, and he teeters backwards, and he topples right over the edge down, and you can just... all right, but you guys notice that when that happens and he falls down and is like tumbling down the side, there's a lot of momentum that's being picked up in the rocks around him. Like the rocks are starting to slip along the ridgeline nearby. So now there is only one person left, and it is the person who is by I guess he would be by Bress, would be the closest one. And it is Bress's turn next.
And he's like kind of laying on that gravel trap.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna kind of like run over and just punch down on that gravel trap.
Okay, so it's a parry of 2. You're probably going to hit that, but give me a roll anyway. And then toughness is 5.
Yeah, I got a 6.
A 6? A 6 hits. Give me some damage.
$10.
10? Wow, yeah. So that doubles. It's a success with a raise. So you managed to punch down, and this gravel just immediately melts away from the ridge face. There's like 5 feet less of ridge. And the dude looks up at you, and he's like, you see this look on his face just frozen in terror, and then he slides down too, and he's tumbling, and you can hear him like crying out as he's tumbling down. But there's no stopping that kind of momentum. He actually hits a big rock and kind of skewers himself on it, and then falls off and continues rolling down. But as you punch, you feel a vibration in the gravel that's underneath you, and you realize that it was so powerful that the ground underneath you is starting to fall away too. So I need you to make an agility check at -2, please.
My thing exploded.
Oh.
15.
15. Okay, so you were almost expecting this. You just like roll right out of the way or whatever, but you managed to escape an additional 2 feet of this ridge falling out from underneath you. And that is the last of the pagans that you guys can see. There is a tense sort of quiet that settles over the battlefield for now. What are you guys doing?
I'm yelling out to Thicketbeard, show yourself, you jackass. Your moves couldn't do shit.
There are moments of silence. And then you feel this kind of like twitch on your left shoulder, and you look over and you see that there is a bush not too far away that's actually like vibrating really quickly. And then you hear all of a sudden, and I need you to tell me your parry.
9.
9, okay, so I failed.
Though I guess it might be more if I've got that new buckler. We never really went over that, but whatever.
Yeah, we'll need to hammer that out. We'll hammer it out when the session's over.
Okay.
But for now, we'll just say that it's 9, because 9 still missed by a mile. And so, yeah, these you hear this, and then all of a sudden, all these thorns just start like bouncing off of your armor and hitting your buckler. And like they don't actually hit you at all, but they came from this bush, and the bush like is vibrating, and then it slowly stops. And a few moments go by, and you guys don't see any more pagans, and it seems as though the battle is over.
And the pagan bodies that are just like laying around and just tossing them off the edge.
Okay. Sure. As you're doing it, Jan, did you want to say something?
Jan goes over to Mutt, who was guarding the sheep, who I've forgotten about for a long time until just now, and praises his faithful companion for protecting the sheep.
All right. He's a good sheepdog. Okay, so yeah, Bress, as you're picking up these pagans and dumping them off the edge, you notice that their face paint has also peeled off, and it's become like literal wooden branches sprouting from their faces. But these are even bigger than what you saw on the pagan that you've taken prisoner. And it might even inspire you, to go check out the other pagan. And when you do so, you see that the pagan that you've kept prisoner, his paint has also sprouted even more to where it's almost like covering up his face a little bit.
Ask the classicist if he knows anything about this.
Yeah, so the classicist walks over and he says, "Oh, this can't be good. That's a symbol of their connection to this Thicketbeard. And if it's sprouting magically and even growing, then Thicketbeard must be getting stronger. We're going to have to take care of this as soon as we can tomorrow morning."
I agree with him.
Okay. So let's say you guys just go to bed and you wake up the next morning and you make your breakfast, you break camp, and you're ready to go again. You've got two decisions. You can either continue along the ridge in the path that you've taken so far, or you can turn around and go backwards and try to find a way back to this this heart of the wilderness.
Can I look for tracks to see which way the pagans had come from the night before?
Yeah, I mean, whenever they attacked you from the direction that you had already come from. I had mentioned that earlier. But if you want to make a check and see if maybe they like doubled back or something to try and fool you, that's totally fine.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the way to Thicket Beard. You know what I mean?
I see. That's a good
Like-
point. Yeah.
Like following their tracks back to where they came from. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah, so go ahead and give me a roll then.
7.
7. Okay, so that is enough to know that the tracks do lead back into the thicket. Like you can see that they go back that way, and you bet you could probably also follow them a little further, which would give you a bonus on your ability to travel back through that thicket as you return.
Like, would I know that is the right way to go to find Thicket Beard?
Yeah.
Okay, then I will say the pagans came from this way. I can see where they came from the thicket.
Then lead the way.
Okay.
Actually, I think Preston needs to lead the way.
That's true. He's got to shove stuff
Point
out
me
of
in
the
the
way.
right direction then.
He points you in the exact direction that he told you not to go the previous day. And yeah, so go ahead and give me those vigor checks to make it through that thicket again.
So I have a question, Eli.
What?
My successful survival checks, was that taking me out of the wilderness?
No, that was just telling you like the correct path to go once you were in there.
Well, I was winning, or I was passing those. It was taking us away from Thicket Beard.
It's kind of a mirror. It's like when you're outside of the wilderness and you do good survival checks, then you manage to avoid falling into it. But then when you're inside wilderness, like your survival check is for what you are trying to do. You know, like if you're trying to get out of the wilderness, then it helps you do that. If you're trying to follow tracks, it helps you do that, whatever.
Okay, I'm still confused because it led us away from Thicket Beard.
It showed you. Let me see here. So whenever you were making impressions, I don't think you succeeded enough one time.
No, I succeeded every time. I don't know if I didn't get raises, I guess, but
I think one time you got a raise and it was like, oh yeah, this is definitely where you need to go, and then the other times you just got successes, and so it told you more information about each path, but it didn't give you a hunch as to which one was correct.
okay.
You definitely felt drawn in one area or another, but that was actually like a layer on top of the wilderness itself. The wilderness was
Okay.
alluring.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't.
No, I'm happy to explain it. So anyway, Bress, what do you got?
11 on the vigor check.
Okay, yeah, then you managed to shoulder your way through the first one. That's a success with one raise. And you only need 3, so go ahead and give me another check. And let me see here. So the first one, that was a heart. The second one is a heart 2, so no worries.
14 on that second one.
14 on the second one. Jesus. Okay, so that's a success with 2 raises, so that's a total of 5 points that you've accumulated so far. That's really, really good. As you're going along, you actually notice you're forging ahead, and you are looking up for a brief moment up into the trees as dawn is happening, and like the light is starting to trickle through the branches, and you see up ahead of you there's a form up in the tree. It's this coiled snake, and you almost didn't notice it at first because it's blending in really well. You can see that the snake is coiled up on a branch, but there are branches coming off of the body of the snake, and you can make a knowledge wilderness check to try and guess that.
Who was making the knowledge wilderness check?
Bress, sorry.
Okay.
I got an 8 on it.
An 8? Okay. So you recognize this as a tree viper. And tree vipers they use their natural camouflage, like they grow twigs naturally as camouflage, and they blend into tree branches really, really well. And they have a poison that can paralyze people for minutes at a time. It's not lethal, but it does paralyze them. And so, and they usually will attack by waiting until something goes underneath them and then dropping down from above. You also know that this poison is pretty valuable.
So I kind of very quietly get Jan. I like pull him over to me. And I like point up and I show him. I'm like, hey, shoot that thing dead.
Would I know what it is?
Tree Viper, make a survival check for me. And it'll be at a +2.
11.
11. 11 is definitely enough to know that it's a tree viper. Yeah, drops from above on trees, valuable poison, that sort of thing.
Would I know how to capture it alive? Jan, the aspiring herpetologist.
You could encourage it to drop out of the tree on top of someone, and then maybe like try to avoid it and capture it that way. But it would be a lot easier to kill it. It's your choice.
I can still milk the venom with it being dead.
Oh sure, yeah.
Okay. Well then, Jan will take careful aim, and if I don't exactly understand the aiming mechanic, but if I like stand still for like a whole round, then I get a +2 or something.
Yeah, I mean that won't be relevant outside of combat, so we'll just say that you get your +2 because you take the time.
Okay.
But in combat, it would be like you wouldn't take an action for one round, and then the following round you get +2, or a movement action, I guess.
Okay. So I will shoot at it.
All right.
Oh, I do get a +2 though. You said.
You do get a +2, yeah.
Okay, then 5.
5 hits. Give me some damage.
Ten
damage, eh? All right, yeah. You manage to kill this thing. Like the arrow just skewers it right through, and it falls out of the tree and just kind of slumps down into the thicket about 30 feet in front of you.
Okay, very proud. Jan tells Mutt to go retrieve it, and Mutt saunters over there and sniffs at it, and then kind of looks back at Jan. And Jan apologetically says to Bress, "We're still working on that," and goes to get it himself, and proudly brings it back to his friend. Says, "Here, Punchy, what do you want with it?"
Can't hear you.
I was like, I just wanted it dead.
Jan says, like, okay, and
you can still do venom, or maybe I don't know.
Okay, well, I put it.
I didn't want it hurting me.
Okay. What do I know how long the venom will stay good inside the snake while it's dead?
I mean, you would imagine that it'll be fine by the time you get back to High Hall.
Okay, then I put it in like a game bag type thing.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll give you a Benny for the funny moments with Mutt. That was a nice little one-liner you threw in at the end. Okay, so we have one more vigor check to be able to make it through this thicket. And at this point, you guys notice several pathways. You notice one that goes back toward the waterfall, one that Jan originally wanted to go down. There was the path that went straight and the one that veered slightly to the left. And so you know that those two are not good options. And then there's only one other path at this point, and it's the one that went further into the thicket. Bress, you remember this path as the one that you thought was kind of the one to go on. And Jan, you remember this one as the one that you were sure was not the right one. And yet, make a survival check, or tracking check.
I was going to say, yeah, he's still sure he doesn't want to go there. He thinks it's the other way still, but...
But like I said, if you make a tracking check or something, I'll tell you if you see the pagan tracks.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll make a tracking check.
And Breast got an 8 on his vigor check, so that's a success with one more raise. So that's a total of 7 successes total. And you only needed 3. So, Breast, you are more than certain that, like, you're pushing in the direction that you're positive is the right one, and it's off on this path, this final path. And Jan, you have a hunch too. You know, you can see this thicket-beard face up ahead of you in the thicket. It actually emerges and looks at you specifically. And it's kind of frustrating. And you suddenly feel kind of naked because you shot this snake earlier.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Jan completely forgets that he was against going this way the day before and is confident now that he knows the correct path.
Okay. So then, you press on. You press on. All right. And you come to it's not a clearing, but there is a section of the thicket that thins out just a little bit. And you see that it thins out because the thicket actually draws away from the rest of it, and it forms up into this huge, vaulted, like, cathedral of thorns and vines that is about 60 feet distant from you. And where the doors should be is just Thicketbeard's face, looking you right in the eyes, all 3 of you. And in fact, I need you to please make spirit checks. And these spirit checks will be at a -6.
Jesus.
And then go ahead and make it for your constituents as well.
Jan and Ash both failed.
Oh, man. Okay.
Well, is that... I don't know. Maybe I should spend a penny. I'm going to spend a penny on me, at least.
You can feel this, like, the Thicketbeard. Okay, I don't like having people make rolls without giving them at least an idea of what they're rolling for. And so, as Thicketbeard is looking at you, you can feel, without it saying anything, it is beckoning you to come closer. And not only to come closer, but to throw yourself at its feet in supplication.
7 after the
7?
-6.
Okay, cool. Have you just done bennies or anything?
No.
Very nice.
Just had an explosion.
Nice.
However,
I failed, but I'm going to spend a penny.
Yes. I spent a penny.
the ladle failed.
Oh, I just got 3 explosions on a row.
Oh my god.
Whew, I'm so glad I did that.
I got a 10, so minus the 6 is a 4.
That's still a success.
Nice.
So all 3 of you succeeded. What about your extras?
The Sentinels did not.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not wasting a penny on them.
Ash didn't either. But can we hold them back?
So this is what it looks like is happening. You guys see, like, you feel the call to come over, but you resist it. Whereas very slowly, the Sentinels and the Classicist both start to step forward, and they are moving closer and closer toward this cathedral, and eventually they pick up their pace a little bit. So if you guys want to chase after them and try and tackle them to the ground, you absolutely can.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is about 60 feet away, so you guys have about 2 rounds of full movement before you get there.
Okay.
Can I try persuasion?
I'm sorry, what was that,
Can I
Warren?
try persuasion to get them to stop instead of physical?
Absolutely, but it'll be at a -3 because they're enslaved mentally or magically by this elf.
If I spend a penny, do I use the highest roll,
Yeah,
or do I have to use the reroll?
yeah, you use the highest.
Okay, spending 1 penny.
Okay.
6. -3 will be
Okay.
3.
So 3, okay. And these guys are going to roll their opposed. I think it's a spirit for persuasion. Or maybe it's smarts. but they do not have very good smarts. No, the classicist does. The classicist has a D8 and got a 3. Tie goes to the defender, so it's just barely he's not going to listen to you. But the other two, they have D4 smarts, and that was a 3 and a 2.
What about the ladle?
Did he roll? Did he? So he also fell prey to it.
Yeah.
Okay. His smarts is also fairly low, and he got a 1. So one of the sentinels and Iron Ladle snap out of it whenever you persuade them that it's not the right thing to do. The classicist and the second sentinel, they both just keep going.
I will tackle the classicist.
Well, y'all don't do that.
Okay, well then I'll take the other sentinel.
Okay.
Can I leaf step to grab him?
Sure, yeah.
That
Give me
is
an acrobatics check. It'll be acrobatics and then a strength check to grapple, or a fighting check to grapple, and both of those will be at -2.
Well, I got a 12 on an agility check for a leaf step.
Nice. So you get it for the entire encounter.
And he said, what's the strength check?
Strength is -2 because of the multi-action penalty, but it's whatever your strength. It's the check to grapple him.
Okay, so, but it's opposed to his, right?
Right.
So I got a 3.
Okay, I got a 2, so you do succeed. So you leap out ahead and tackle the dude to the ground.
And then for my tackle, got a 9.
9. Oh wow. So and you gave them D8 strength. So I got a 5. You win. Both of you guys win the tackle. You get the grapple going. And Warren, are you doing anything right now?
No, I did the persuasion.
That's right. Yeah. So at this point, the classicist and the sentinel that have both been grappled, they land kind of roughly on the ground, and they turn around and look at you, and they are furious you have stopped them. And in fact, Jan, the classicus, puts his hand up right in front of your face, and it's time for us to draw initiative.
Our meat shields are turning on us.
You might be grateful for them here in a second. Okay, so, Bress, you got a 7. Jan, you got a 6. Warren, you got a 9. And the bad guys got a jack. Woohoo. So, Jan, how does this fire burst work? How many power points does he have left?
He has 4 left.
Okay, and I make an arcane check, which is the D8 smarts, and it's opposed to your agility.
Yeah.
And I got an 8, so I'm going to re-roll that, and that was a 3, so 11 total.
Ooh. I'm going to spend a penny.
All right.
Do I have 2 left?
I think you've only got 1 left.
Well, that's not fun. That's just a 7.
Just a 7?
Let's see here. Why'd you have to ace on an 8?
Might not damage enough to actually hurt you much. So here's what the damage looks like. One of them was a 1, and the other one was a 9. So 10 damage total. What's your toughness?
Hold on a second. My cat just got a golf ball out.
Okay. Well, his toughness is 6, so it's a shaken with 1 wound. So yeah, it actually is pretty miraculous what happened. Well, I'll just wait until he gets back. Bress, while you're going, the sentinel turns around and just tries to punch you right in the face. And that's going to be a fighting check. His fighting is 8. And what is your parry?
My parry is a 7.
7. Okay. So he got an 8. It exploded. 11 total. So that's a success with 1 raise. So he's going to add a d6 to his damage again. So it's strength plus d6 plus d6 plus 2. His strength is d8. Oh no, it's unarmed. He's not attacking with his sword. And so it's just going to be actually strength plus d4, but also plus d6. So that's a 5, a 9, 10, 11. What is your toughness?
It's also a 7.
It's also a 7. So that is a success with a raise. So he turns around and he just punches you right in the jaw and like cracks your neck like crazy. And Jan, so you miraculously managed to get your face out of the way of this fire, right? But you can't quite get out of the way because you're still grappled with this guy, and so the fire like burns you along the side of your neck, and you are shaken and you have 1 wound. So you'll have a -1 to all of your actions.
Why am I wounded? It's not a raise.
What was your toughness? Because I rolled
My
a 10.
toughness is... Well, I thought you rolled a 9. Oh,
I rolled
okay.
10 damage. It was a 9 with a 1 on the first die.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay.
No problem.
Can
I can need to try and stoke that right now, right?
You can, yeah.
As
Both of
can
you
I,
can.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So it's a spirit first and then a vigor?
Spirit first and then vigor, yeah. Spirit to clear shaken and then a vigor to soak the damage.
I got a 8 on my spirit.
8 on your spirit? Okay, so then you are no longer shaken for sure, and go ahead and give me your vigor to recover from the wounded.
I got a 16 on my spirit.
Nice.
I just got a 2.
And a 9 on my vigor.
All right, so then Bress, he punches you right in the jaw, but it apparently doesn't matter. You've got a jaw made out of bricks. And
Or wood.
or wood, yeah.
Wood,
Wood
yeah.
makes sense too. And then Jan, yeah, I mean, this just burns. It's a painful burn too. And so you don't have to break the grapple with him if you want. You can. You're the one who started it, so you can let him go anytime you want. But now it's going to be Warren's turn. So Warren, you see all of this going down. What's more, you notice that there are some roots along the ground in this area where the thicket has kind of gone away, and the roots are slithering over the ground like snakes toward Jan and Bress in their positions on the ground.
Okay. This place looks like a giant cathedral sort of thing.
Made out of thicket, yeah, like the walls, the ceiling, all of it.
Is there a place through engineering that looks like it's weaker than anything else?
Ah, yeah. Give me an engineering check.
Ho ho! 17.
17. Yeah, okay. So you notice that there's a spot. It's like most of this thicket is pretty green, but there is a spot that looks really, really dry. And you think that would be really susceptible to fire. It's more brittle, so you can chop through it more easily. Yeah, it's on so the cathedral is vaulting up like this, and on from your perspective, the left side of the cathedral is the part on the ground where it looks really dry and brittle.
I'm going to have Ladle give me a flask of oil.
Okay.
And then he's going to go and try and help Jan and Bress.
Okay. Cool.
And while he's doing that, he's going to point out the vines.
Gotcha. He is either way. Either one of you can point him out. That's totally fine.
And I am going to try and pull out my sword.
Okay. So go ahead and give me that roll.
3. So yes.
All right. And next it is Bress's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
I still know what to do with that. Much better.
Gotcha.
7? Would that be a raise?
8 would be a raise.
8 would be a raise.
So draw the sword.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try one more.
Okay.
And one more.
Oh, shoot.
Yes!
Okay.
Hold on. 16.
16 is, yeah, that's
And
wonderful.
what I was hoping to ask for, would it be possible to get an aspect with it instead of the extra duration?
Sure, what kind of aspect are you thinking of?
Fire aspect?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. So it's still just 3 rounds.
Yeah.
But it's on fire right now.
Have I... Okay, yeah. I'll run over... I'll start running over there, too, if I can. But I did do the knowledge engineering in that, too, so...
Yeah, technically all of your
wait.
actions should have been at a -2 anyway, but the knowledge check, that's not so much of an action as it is just a reflex.
We'll just,
So,
Okay.
yeah, don't move this round, but otherwise you're good.
Okay.
Okay, then it is now Bress's turn.
So there are 5 creeping towards me. I've tackled the sentinel to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm technically prone right now.
Yes.
And it's half my movement to stand up.
Yeah. So then you would be able to move an additional 15 feet after that, I believe.
Can I stand up without breaking the grapple and just like kind of drag him along?
Well, there's no gravel underneath you. You're back in the thicket at this point. But you could make an attempt to drag him along. It would just be an opposed strength check.
Okay. Well, then that's what I'll do. I'll stand up and try and drag him back.
Okay, away from the cathedral?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So the strength on that is a 15.
15, oh my god. So let's see what he gets. A 5. Yeah, so you just like, he's fighting. He's trying real hard, but he just can't do it. You drag him as far as you want.
Alright, so then that'll be my turn.
Okay, sounds good. And now Jan, son of Jan.
Did Warren yell out the weakness?
Warren.
No.
Okay. I think you warned him about the roots, but not about the weakness, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, Jan is pissed off at this guy for burning his neck and kind of pushes back, and because he has least step, he pushes back pretty far. And how far back is Warren from him, do you think?
30 feet. I mean,
Okay,
well, yeah, because Warren hasn't started moving yet, so 30
Right.
feet.
So, I mean, can I easily move that 30 feet with least step, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I do that, and as I do that, I grab one of my arrows and put it next to his flaming sword till it lights on fire,
Nice. All right.
and just shoot it at Thicketbeard's freshy stash door.
Okay.
'Cause I'm
So
angry.
that's 60 feet away, but I think that's still like at the end of your first range increment for your bow, right?
Okay.
Maybe? I think so. Or maybe it's
should I
40
have
to
it?
60, 120 or something like that.
It says 12, 24, 48. I don't know what that means.
12, 24, 48. Okay. Then 12 times 5 is 50, 60. Yeah. So you're within range.
Okay. But it's going to be at a -1 because I have a wound.
Well, it'll be a -1, but also -2 because you lit the arrow on fire, which is an action.
Okay. Whatever. This is what Jan is doing. It doesn't matter.
What's your shooting die?
A D8.
Oh, you're fine. A D8 plus your wild die -3. You can do this.
Yeah. I have no bennies though. So I'm just hoping for cool actions.
Cool actions will get you better.
A 5 -3. Oh well. Good deal.
Too bad. So the arrow, you actually shoot it, and it's on target, but the arrow doesn't actually catch whenever it hits him. It kind of like disappears into his face, and then you don't see any fires looking up from inside at any point.
Okay.
But when you do that, you notice that a lot of the roots on the ground just they like do the wave, and they start really getting aggressive and like moving towards you. So that's the end of the round. Next round, Bress, you have a 6. Jan, you have an 8. Warren, you have a 10. And the bad guys have a 5. So it'll be Warren, and then Jan, and then Bress, and then the bad guys. So Warren, go for it. And remember, guys, according to the ritual, you need fire, salt, and blood to be able to stop this guy.
I am. Do we happen? Does there just by luck happen to be a bag of salt near me?
Oh yeah, I mean, I would assume you guys are all carrying at least one pouch of sand or of salt each.
Okay. I am going to book it towards the temple.
Okay, cool. So that would be a action.
Huh? Okay.
It's a run action. So roll a d6 and then add that many inches onto your movement.
Wild die?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay. 4.
4? Okay, so then that's 10, so you ran 50 feet. So you're only 10 feet away from I was about to say brush dash, from Thicket Beard by the time you finish your movement. Do what? Oh, from the weak spot. Yeah. And so the cathedral starts about 60 feet away from where you guys were. So you're still 10 feet away from the cathedral, and then Thicket Beard's face is another like 20 feet inside the cathedral.
Is that the weak spot, or what I feel is the weak spot?
I'm sorry, I misspoke again, because I told Derek that his face was 60 feet away. So you are at the cathedral right now, and you are at the weak spot on the left side of it.
Okay.
Cool. So that's your action then?
Yes.
Are you having Iron Ladle do anything?
He will continue to help restrain the others that are still being crazy.
Okay. Sounds good. So then what I think that means, you'll just roll additionally whenever they're trying to grapple or something.
Yeah.
Like you'll roll to add to their roll. So that's that. Bress, your turn. Or Jan, your turn. Oh, Jan's right back. So Bress, your turn.
I'm going. The things are still coming at us, right?
Yeah.
I am going to continue to drag him back another 30 feet and hopefully get him out of range of this compulsion.
Okay. Yeah, so you get him back into the thicket, and as soon as he passes the threshold of this semi-clearing area, he kind of like shakes himself out of it. This is the other sentinel. And I believe you have control of the sentinel who's still in control of himself. So you can move him around too if you want.
Oh yeah. Him. I'm gonna have him run back to us and get a goat.
A goat. Okay, cool. Sounds good. And then Jan, we skipped over your turn while you were away, but you are free to act right now.
Is Ash still angry?
He is still angry. I think you dragged him back to like where you guys were whenever this whole thing started. You noticed that Bress dragged the sentinel back into the thicket, and the sentinel seemed like his mind seemed to clear when he left this semi-clearing area.
Okay, so did I mean, I left him where I was.
You let go of the... Oh, he's still out there. Okay, yeah. Then he gets up and he's like looking at you, but then he turns around and he starts walking back toward the cathedral, and now toward Warren.
Okay, well, has Warren still not told anyone about this?
As soon as I shout it out to you guys that I see it, they're going to know that I see it too. Right now, I'm just looking towards the cathedral.
Okay, well that's fine. I'm just seeing if Jan knows it too, so he doesn't. Is there any open flame nearby from this cone of fire that hit me? Like, is there anything on fire?
There are a couple, well, not near you because you jumped 30 feet back, but there are some flames that are licked up around the classicist.
I mean, it's okay because I can move a really long way right now.
That's fair.
I will leap forward. Is there a way that I can position myself to shoot an arrow through the fire, that the arrow might catch on fire as it goes through the fire?
I think the velocity of the arrow would be way too fast for that to happen.
I shoot the arrow very slowly. No.
Then we have a range problem.
Well, we'll do 2 actions again to light one of these things on fire. Kind of hold it out as I jump, and I end up sideways, like on the wall of this cathedral, I guess, to shoot back at Thicketbeard.
Okay. The cathedral wall is too far away for you to make it. I don't think your pace actually increases when you cast Leaf Step. It just makes you more agile.
Oh, okay.
So you could make it back to where the classicist was, like where the flames are, but you'd have to spend your next turn getting closer to the cathedral.
Okay. Let me rethink what I'm going to do then.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in the air shoot a regular arrow at Thicketbeard.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and do it then.
Okay. A 4.
A 4. 4 is a success for a ranged attack, so go ahead and roll me some damage.
Okay. There's not a negative penalty for damage, right? For my wound?
Correct.
Okay. 11.
11, all right. 11 does hit, and so this arrow like streaks down to Thicketbeard and like embeds right in his stupid wooden nose. And the face like contorts in rage, and the classicus stops in his tracks and starts to turn around again back toward you, guy. And now it's time for it's time for the bad guys to go. So the classicist is going to start moving back towards you. Warren, you hear a familiar sound. And all of a sudden, there are a bunch of thorns that are flying your way. So let's see here. They got a 1, so all of them are just pinging off of your armor and totally missing you. But that's that.
But that's still going on.
That's right. And then, let me see here. We know that Iron Ladle was trying to help out the Sentinel and Bress.
Yes.
And Bress, you said the other Sentinel went back with you to get a goat, right? Okay. Is Iron Ladle doing anything, like he's going with Bress and the other Sentinel, so that they're both outside of this clearing now?
That's probably a good idea, yeah. We need to keep the goat safe.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, then... So the only people who are in the clearing right now are the classicist and Warren, and Warren has suffered his attack. The classicist is making his way toward Jan, and that's their turn. So time for another round of combat. Bress, we have a 9. Jan, we have a 9, but diamonds is higher than clubs, so Jan will go first. Warren, we got ourselves a joker. And the bad guys have a 5. So, Warren, you can do a +2 to all of your actions this round.
I'm going to throw the oil at the weak spot and then touch it with my sword.
Okay, awesome. So you do that, and the oil like bursts over the wood. You touch it with your sword, and it immediately like the fire just leaps all over the wood, and you can tell it's the oil burning for a little while. But eventually the wood does catch, And it doesn't take long before the flames are licking like 6, 8, 10 feet up the side of this cathedral, which is probably about 100 feet tall. It's an extremely tall hedge of thorns that are rising up here. Yeah, and so those were your 2 actions. Neither one of them required a roll, so you're still good there. But that is your action, I guess. That's your turn. So well done. Next is going to be Jan.
If I don't know if you'll let me do this. If I cast Entangle, like near that fire, will that help it spread closer to where Thicketbeard's door is?
Oh man, like create a bridge of combustible material between the 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? That sounds great.
Okay.
It is still just a range of your smarts, though, right?
Right.
And what is your smarts?
A D8 times 5.
That's 40 feet.
And I'm 30 away.
You could definitely get within... No, you're 60 feet away, because you just jumped straight up, right?
Okay. Well, can I move forward?
You can get within range, yeah, that's totally possible.
Okay. Well, I'll do that.
Okay.
Do I need to do this as a burst template or just a regular?
It'll be a burst template. I mean, the burst template will just take the form of a bridge. There's no reason to like add something special there.
Right.
Unless you're thinking.
Like if I do this regularly, I just subtract 1 from my roll. But if I do 2, then it's a burst template. If I do it regularly, it just affects 1 person, and if I do 2 PowerPoint type things.
Yeah, then you'll definitely want to do the burst because the burst template, because if you do just a single person, it's not wide enough to be able to connect the 2.
Okay, well then I'm doing this at a -3. Being wounded sucks.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I got a 4. And minus
4?
Well, I rolled a 4. And -3 is a 1.
Bummer. So yeah, I mean, this burn on your neck is just too distracting. You can't quite make a connection with your ancestors. And now it is time for Bress. So the sentinel that you've dragged out is snapped out of it. He regains the sense of, what happened to me? Where was I? What happened?
I just tell him like the fight is happening now.
Now? Whoa! For the Elder King! And he like starts to charge back toward the thicket.
I kind of hold him back a second. I take one of the sacks of salt that I'm carrying, and the sentinel with the goat, I ask him to kindly slit the goat's throat over the bag of salt.
Oh, shoot. Oh, man.
I like how you kindly ask that.
Well, I feel really bad that we have to kill this goat. Or sheep.
Right.
The sheep.
The sheep, right. So, yeah, I'm not even going to make you roll that. You know, the sentinel just bends down, he's got his dagger out, and he just, and like he's holding the goat's head out so its neck is just like spurting into this sack of salt. And pretty soon you've got a nice, nasty salt and blood stew.
I take that and I start my movement back towards the cathedral.
Okay. As you get closer toward Thicketbeard with the cathedral, you can feel that the bag is getting heavier. Like there's a real weight that's being added to it now, but the weight is actually pulling it forward. It's like beckoning you toward Thicketbeard. Okay, so at this point, it is the bad guy's turn. So Jan, you are in the clearing area. Warren, you are up against the cathedral. Bress, you have just entered the clearing area. And the sentinels, they stopped long enough to help you out, but they're going to be following behind you, right? Or what actions are you having the sentinels take? They're following you? Okay. And then what about the errant? What about Iron Ladle?
Also going with the goat.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so then you guys all move off together, and these vines, they like rise up around you as you're coming, and like the sentinels and the errant try to hold off the roots that are thrashing around everywhere, Bress makes his way toward the cathedral. Jan is not so lucky, but Jan does have the benefit of leaf step right now, so maybe it won't be so bad. So, the roots are going to attack the sentinels, and the sentinels have a parry of 8. So let's see what happens here. Oh, that exploded, and that exploded. That was 16 total against one of the sentinels. The damage is 2d6, and their toughness, I believe, is 8 as well. And this aced. So that's 10, 15. So it's a success with 1 raise, which means one of these sentinels is running along, and he uses his buckler to come up and stop a thrashing root, and then he comes around and he cuts another one of the roots, but then a root comes up and grabs him out from under his feet, and he falls down and hits his head, and he's like, oh no, and then all of a sudden all these roots rise up over him, and they just start thump, 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 and he grunts for a little while, and then he just goes still, and the thumping continues. Yeah, but he is donezo. And then another vine comes after another one of the sentinels, but totally misses, and then a vine goes after the errant and misses as well. And then a vine's going to go after Bress too, and that was a total miss. A vine's going to go after Jan, and that was a miss likewise. And then another series of the thorn darts are going to go after Warren.
Okay.
And that was a 5, and they are ranged, so that does hit, which means 2d6. What is your toughness?
Toughness is 7.
7. Well, I rolled a 3, so you're fine there. So these darts, again, they just bounce right off of your armor. You're feeling like invincible in this thing. Your buckler has never given you so much service as it has on this trip.
Excellent.
Yeah, and so it is now time for another round of initiative. Bress, you've got a queen.
I'm not really sure I want to remind you of this, but is the classicist doing something?
The classicist. Oh yeah, the classicist. Not this time. The classicist was trying to get a beat on you, but it was not succeeding. Jan, you got a 6. Warren, you got an ace. And then the bad guys get a 4. So it'll be Warren, Bress, Jan, and then the bad guys.
Okay. What do we know about this ritual?
This ritual, you know that salt is repellent to smaller elves, and in fact, if a smaller elf dies and you salt its corpse, then it's a pretty good indication that it won't be coming back afterward, because elves have a persnickety way of coming back after you've killed them. Fire tends to purify a lot of things. It's like superpowered salt, so you think the two of them together are going to be a nice combination. And then blood is just like an amplifier of all things.
So we're just supposed to. So basically, we're supposed to kill Thicketbeard first, and then worry about the.
And then worry about the actual ritual part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Although the fire that you've set on the cathedral has totally enraged this giant Thicketbeard face that's right next to you. Right. He is just his face is contorted in rage. And it doesn't seem very happy. And you notice also that it seems to shake, vibrate. All the leaves and twigs and branches on it vibrate and stuff when anybody outside there hits one of the roots down on the ground.
So it's quite possible that Thicketbeard is the cathedral. Mm-mm.
That's a pretty safe assumption, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna... You said there was a door earlier?
That is correct.
How far away is it?
The door is well, I mean, I misspoke. His face is the size of a door in the face of a cathedral.
Got it.
And it's in the same approximate location as a door would be in a cathedral, but it's just his face. So
Okay.
it's 10 or 12 feet tall, towering over you.
With a small arrow directly in his forehead.
Yeah.
Is it close enough that I can get to it this round?
Yes, yeah, it's only like 10 feet away. And also this round, can you please roll 2d10 for fire damage to the cathedral?
Yes. Oh, no, I don't have a d10 right there. 10 and 9. Would the 10 explode?
10 and... it would, yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
23.
23, oh my god. Okay, so this fire just races up, excuse me, races up the side of the cathedral. And you can see the entire cathedral start to just shiver, right? And as it's shivering, all of these thorns are falling off of it, just in droves. It's like fall sped up 1,000,000 times. It's just, and they all fall down. None of them actually prick you or anything, miraculously. You manage to like guard with your buckler or something. But the cathedral itself starts to sag over you. It's like lurching side to side and falling down a little bit. If it was 100 feet tall before, it's like 80 feet tall now. And Thicketbeard is just really furious at this point too.
I'm gonna stab the. I'm gonna go cut at the face.
Okay, sounds good.
Five.
That hits. Yeah. So give me some damage.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
10.
10 hits. All right.
And that's also on fire.
Oh my god, yeah. So you like slash down and this line of fire is left across Thicketbeard's face as if it's like got a scar right over its nose now. And it's just like, it's that sound, you know when like a bug pops in a fire and it's just that really high pitched like sound or whatever, it's like a hissing noise. It's like a cross between that and a ringwraith scream. And that's the noise that comes out of Thicketbeard's mouth.
Take a step back, look at him, and bow.
I'll give you a Benny for that one. That's awesome. Okay, so that's your turn?
Yes.
Cool. Now it is time for Bress.
And the
Oh, the errant, yeah.
The errant is still helping with the goat.
Okay, so why don't you give an attack against the pummel roots?
Okay. 2.
2 hit? No, 2 ties, and so it does not hit. All right, now it's Bress's turn.
All right. I can close into the cathedral on this turn, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially if you take a run action.
So as I'm going, I'm actually shoving my hands, like I'm holding the bag with one hand and shoving my hand in it, and then switching hands and just kind of covering my hands in this blood and salt.
Nice.
And when I get to the cathedral, I drop the bag and I just go at it.
Nice. Are you punching the cathedral in general, or Thicket's face specifically?
His face.
Nice. Okay, so I'll give you a Benny for that idea. Covering your hands with the salt and blood. That's gruesome and awesome.
So for the first thing, seven.
7 hits.
So damage on that. They both exploded.
Oh god.
And they both rolled ones. So 11 plus 5. So 17 or 16.
16. That's the second time that's happened to you. Both dice exploded and then both rolled ones.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But that does hit with a raise, and so the pummel roots all around you, right? As you're punching these things, boom, boom, just colossal fist after colossal fist connecting with Thicketbeard's huge face. There's like the face just caves backwards like this, right? And it falls away and hits the ground. And as soon as it hits the ground, the entire thicket around you, the cathedral up above, the fire, the roots that are pummeling people, everything disappears in a rush of wind. It's like there's a huge gust of wind that causes you to like cover your eyes, and when you look back, it's a normal forest around you, with the exception of this giant pile of wood that's like twisted and gnarled, but it's generally in the shape of Thicketbeard's face in front of you. And you've still got this bag with a little bit of the salt and blood in it. Warren, you've still got your sword on fire. Jan, you've got a flaming arrow. And Jan, you've probably got a bag of salt too.
I'm going to put my sword away.
Okay.
Pull out the dagger.
Okay, nice.
And I'm just going to draw it down my arm.
Oh shit! So you're using your own blood.
Yes.
Okay, man. Well, let me find the stats for that dagger really quick. Because...
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to do that.
I'm not sure I want to do it either, but I don't care.
But you know what? You're overconfident. You get a Benny for that. You might need it. Okay, so...
What a way to figure out what this dagger does.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a... yeah.
So, what is your fighting die?
D6. D8.
D8, okay. Then, yeah, just go ahead and roll strength plus D4 damage on yourself. And I assume you would be controlling it so that you wouldn't hurt yourself too much, but this is a special case.
I just did roll 2.
You rolled a 2?
I rolled 2.
So you just managed to be successful, like you managed to have that finesse, but like you are surprised at how eagerly this knife is to cut something. You didn't think it was this sharp, but it's easily cutting into your flesh. And so you stop yourself just barely in time, but you managed to like get some blood flowing on your arm here. And then Jan, what are you doing right now? What's Mutt doing right now? That's what I want to know.
Mutt is barking around the classicist, like trying to distract him from harming his master, like just in circles. And so and Jan feels that that's enough to keep him off his back. You know what I mean? Like, Mutt's got this.
The classicist, for his part, seems to be just standing there staring, like he's caught in limbo of some kind. But Mutt's, bouncing around him. And what did you say Jan did?
Well, so all of this happened, and there's like Thicketbeard effigy in the center of all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Jan will bound forward with his leaf step and throw his bow over his shoulder, and as he gets up to the effigy, will draw his axe out and just swing at it, yelling for boar tusk.
Nice. Okay. So you're swinging at Thicketbeard's face with your axe. It chops down into it, and wood like flies up everywhere. At the same time that Warren is like sprinkling blood over this effigy. And then Bress, you've got the salt in the blood, and one of the sentinels like pulls out a torch and lights it and just throws it at the thing. And the classicist finally like snaps out of it and falls down to his knees and looks up into the sky and says, "Elder King, ancestors, please use me as your vessel." And there's this like blast of wind that comes straight out of the sky and knocks into the classicist, and then the classicist gets up and like holds out his hands to Thicketbeard and just roasts the entire face even more. And there's more of that incredibly high-pitched, like keening scream coming from Thicketbeard. And around you, where it was normal forest for a brief moment, it's like there's a shockwave that explodes of thicket that just like goes in all directions, and it fades off. Like it probably lasts for about 5 seconds, and then it moves away, and there's normal forest within again. And the normal forest just keeps expanding as the thicket keeps pushing further and further out. But at the same time, you guys feel this strange sense of transportation. And when the dust finally settles, there's nothing but like ash where Thicketbeard's face used to be. And you look over, and in the distance, just almost not visible between the trees, you can actually see your wagon. It's like 200 feet away. And you stand over it, and there's almost like a surprising lack of ceremony or climax or something. Like it almost feels like this happened too easily. But the moments drag on, and the longer it happens, the more at home you feel, the less sense of wrongness you feel in this area. And it turns out that you guys have, in fact, put an end to Brush Stash. So well done, guys.
Well, Jan will sink to his knees in his actual fall, and he'll whisper, "For Bortusk."
For Bortusk. I like it. I'll give you one final Benny for that. That was a nice little in memory of. Okay, guys, so for you who tuned in, thank you very much for joining us. We will handle, wrapping up business and treasure and all that stuff off the air, but thanks for tuning in, and until next time, keep your eyes open, errants. Farewell.